Yes.
Before you start. No.
All right, seeing that all are present, we'll call the House Finance Committee meeting to order, and we have several bills to exec. We've got them arranged by divisions, so we'll start with Division 1 Chair, Representative McGuire, to introduce the bills from his division.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and we'll start with House Bill 66. And I will make the motion of ought to pass with Amendment 1005H.
Second.
And may I speak to this?
Yes.
Yes,
and
go ahead.
I believe that's been the one that's just been delivered recently.
Yes, right. I see it on my desk here. So this is a bill and that extends the right to know law a bit in that it allows and controls. It makes a difference between whether it's a New Hampshire person requesting information or an out-of-state person requesting information, and it broadens the law slightly. I mean, that was the policy that was approved by the House. And the only change we're making with this particular amendment, 1005H, is that the law has this, if the right to know ombudsman gives someone an unfavorable ruling, then they can currently go to court to appeal that ruling with no filing fee. And so since we are very short on money and been raising these kind of fees, we took out this no filing fee so that just like anybody else, when they go to appeal, there will be a filing fee. That's what this amendment does.
Questions? Representative Abel.
I don't have a question, but I concur with the Chair McGuire, and I'll be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Anything further? All right, we'll adopt the amendment by show of hands. All in favor of adopting 1005, raise your hand. The hands down. Any opposed? The amendment is adopted. All right. How do you wish to proceed?
So I think now is the vote on ought to pass with amendment.
Is there a second? Is there any further discussion on House Bill 66? Representative Abel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As we can see from our sheets, this came out of our division with a 6-3 vote. I was one of the three, and I just wanted to comment briefly. Again, any discussion of right to know, restricting or expanding is a bit fraught. But in this case, the issue is really tremendous. It's really, I wouldn't say it's a small expansion to go from citizen to person, because at this point, citizen implies that it's someone that's from our state. If you change it to person, it does expand it to someone who could be out of state or out of country. This, of course, really could increase the compliance burden on our municipalities, which are already struggling. I have heard that there are situations where even voting lists or not voting lists, but pet owner lists, things like that are requested and are used for marketing purposes, which I'm not sure that's really the intent of our right to know laws. It also creates new requirements for receiving and sending records. It was opposed by the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I thought it was appropriate for me to represent that viewpoint today. So I'll be voting against the bill.
Thank you. Further discussion from the committee members? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended, House Bill 66 FN with Amendment 1005.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Miller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Talinsky.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler
Yes.
is
16 to
14,
9.
15, 16, right? 16?
16 to 9.
Yep.
The motion is adopted, ought to pass as amended. Representative,
Okay, I'll do a minority report.
all right, so Representative McGuire will write the report, and the minority report will be Representative Ebel. Representative McGuire is recognized for the next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next bill is House Bill 187. And so for some reason, we didn't record who made the motion of ought to pass. It was unanimous. So I will make the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 187.
I'll second it.
So this is a very minor bill that, well, I don't know, probably important to the people who put it in, but it doesn't have any serious financial impact. Currently, in law, it says that a parent or guardian can ask for a protective order when alleging abuse by a member of the family or household. Well, this kind of leaves a gap when the abuse might have been by a neighbor or by a babysitter or by somebody else, right? And so all this bill does is cross out by a member of the minor's family or household so that a parent or guardian can ask for a protective order on behalf of a minor alleging abuse, right? And so the only financial impact is, well, there might be a few more protective orders. There might, and there's some cost to each one and so on, but it's not I mean, this is an important issue and there's not a serious cost to it.
All right, the number of the amendment?
We don't, it's not our amendment. This is just ought to pass.
All right. Is there further discussion on House Bill 187? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 187 FN.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Talinsky.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
It is 25-0.
Consent?
The motion is adopted, and there's no money in it, you said?
No.
It's going to go on consent. Okay.
All right. So the next one is House Bill 215. I'll recognize Representative Griffin. There we go. For a retained motion?
Yeah, this bill was, it requires a landfill permit applicant to submit a report listing potential harms and benefits of the project.
Yeah, I think, may I?
If
Yeah.
you want to go,
Yeah, I'll
Get into
second
it.
your motion, just to, this is a retained motion. So, this bill, I believe, is now part of House Bill 2, so therefore, we don't need it. It's pretty simple.
Any further discussion on
Just-
House Bill 215 FN?
Mr. Chair, just very
Representative
quick.
Abel, I would expect you to have something to say.
Of course. Well, I'm competing with Representative Murray on the, who can talk the most. I would just add that HB 215 passed the House on the consent calendar, and there was discussion between DES and representatives of the House on how to best incorporate 215 into the landfill-related proposal in HB 2, which was successful. So yes, I support the retain, and I'm pleased with the result in HB 2. Thank you.
And I believe we have modified it somewhat by input from the Resources and Recreation Commission. I think we did add some language in there. And I think are we all familiar with that? Anyone who wish to explain it? Have it explained? Seeing none, all right. The motion is to retain House Bill 215. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 215 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Papavucci Miller,
Yes.
sorry. Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvankum,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Talinsky,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
It is 25-0.
All right, the vote being 25-0, the bill will be retained. It has been incorporated into HB 2.
Okay, next we have House Bill 219, and I'll recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to retain House Bill 219.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion to retain. Is there any further discussion? Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill passed the House on a close vote, 189 in favor to 173 opposed. The Renewable Portfolio Standard promotes renewable energy in New Hampshire by setting percentage targets of total megawatt hours of electricity to be supplied by suppliers of electricity in New Hampshire from various classes of renewable energy. Suppliers can meet these targets by purchasing renewable energy credits from renewable energy producers or making alternative compliance payments that are then used to fund the renewable energy projects. This bill lowers the value of Class 1, 3, and 5 renewable energy certificates to 2011 levels. Class 1 includes all new investments in solar, wind, hydro, biomass, and geothermal. Class 3 includes existing biomass methane producers, and Class 4 includes existing small hydroelectric. By reducing the value of these renewable energy certificates, investors are less likely to invest in new projects of this type and to hold on to existing projects. The bill also eliminates Class 2 renewable energy certificates entirely. These are for older solar projects, some of which are owned by towns or schools. These changes have no impact on the state budget and will not save the state anything because no state funds are spent on the renewable portfolio standard. The only cost of complying with this law is about a $2 a month. It's about $2 a month that is added to each residential consumer's bill. The impact of these changes will significantly weaken one of the last remaining programs we have to encourage the development of alternative sources of energy that will make us less dependent on the very volatile natural gas market. I realize that this bill has been included into HB 2, but I will be voting no to retain this bill so that a motion of ITL can be introduced, and I urge you to join me. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain House Bill 219 FN.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Walner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Evil.
No.
Representative Talinsky.
No. Tulersky said no.
If he
No.
mispronounces your name, give him the proper pronunciation.
Oh, okay. He looked up that he didn't hear me the first time.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yep. No.
Thank you.
Say correct, the answer is no, rather than say yes, no.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
It is 14 to 11.
Motion to retain is adopted.
All right. Next, we have House Bill 365. I'll recognize Representative Cambrose for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to retain House Bill 365 FN, and I will point out that it was a unanimous 9-0 vote out of the division.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. A motion by Campbell, seconded by Representative Abel. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. The motion is to retain House Bill 365 FN. Clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Griffin. Yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Walner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Evil.
Yes.
Representative Talinsky.
Tulersky votes yes.
I'm sorry. I know I always ruin your name.
If you keep saying it right, maybe he'll get it right.
Mr. Chair, you're giving me permission, so watch out.
No, it's that way of anybody, including
I warned you all before I
Representative
took.
Nalvanko.
I warned everybody before I took the
So
job.
anything that's mispronounced, please pronounce it correctly, and maybe we'll learn.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
25-0.
All right, 365 FN is retained.
Next we have, Next we have House Bill 511, and I'll recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass on House Bill 511 and Amendment 0785H. And I'd be happy to speak to my motion after a second.
You're the second.
Okay, I'm seconding that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 511 is the bill that passed with a very strong bipartisan majority. I believe there's only about 12 state representatives who voted against it when it came out of the policy committee, amended from there. The amendment before us right now is from the New Hampshire Counties Association, just to help clarify in law how long the counties have to hold on to an ICE detainee without a contract in place with the federal government for detention. So that was really just in the spirit of it, a house cleaning amendment, and I'm grateful for the Counties Association that brought it forward to us during the public hearing on the bill. So that's just to the amendment, and then I can speak on the total bill after the amendment vote.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When HB 511 came before the House, I was one of the 351 of us who voted in favor of it. But when this amendment came to us in Division 1, I had to pause. I am not a lawyer, but I have been told by people who are that being in the country without proper documentation is not a crime. I do not believe that this legislature should take any action that suggests, encourages, or sanctions that it is all right for any jurisdiction to hold individuals who have not been charged of a crime in any of our criminal correctional facilities for any length of time. I understand and respect the difficult job that ICE has, and that is why everything we ask them to do should be unimpeachable and consistent not only with the law, but with the moral principles upon which this country was founded. If we adopt this amendment, I am concerned that we will be taking the first step down a very slippery slope that will end up making it far too easy for us and our federal partners to deprive our friends, family members, and neighbors of their fundamental rights and what it means to live in the United States of America. When my father was 16 years old, he was taken from his home and forced to work in a labor camp in Nazi Germany. I could not live with myself if my vote in favor of this amendment led to some 16-year-old being picked off the street in New Hampshire and taken to one of our jails or a detention camp far from his home without due process or the opportunity to defend themselves against that action. For all those reasons, I cannot support this amendment, and I will be voting against it, and I hope you will join me. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say as a 33-year combat veteran of the Army, I resent any implication that we behave like Nazi Germany. I would also say that anyone that's got an ICE detainer probably has already begun the due process and that if we care about the safety and efficiency of our ICE human beings that do our enforcement for us, we'll make it as simple and as safe as we can for them so that we can execute what the American public voted for in November. And that is to unwind 4 years of massive abuse of our immigration laws. So I'm definitely going to vote for this. Thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to point out that the language in this amendment is extremely similar to what we just passed and rushed through into law on bail. So it has a maximum of 48 hours excluding weekends and holidays. That kind of detention is essentially the same thing as we just put in place for bail. So
Further discussion. All right. We'll have a vote on the amendment. All in favor, please raise your hand. I see 14, hands down. All opposed, raise your hand. 14 to 11, the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 511.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sweeney.
Just further on the overall bill as amended now, I filed House Bill 511 as the prime sponsor of it. I think it's very important for us as a state to send the message that there is no sanctuary in New Hampshire, that if you are here illegally, you are not welcome in the state of New Hampshire. If there is an ICE detainer against you, we will work with federal government and ICE to make sure that you are not in our state anymore so that we can keep the Granite State safe and protected. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 511 as amended. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended, House Bill 511 by Amendment 0785.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Walner.
Yes. No, I'm sorry.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Taliski.
Tulersky votes no.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
14 to 11.
Motion is adopted, and this bill is ought to pass as amended. I believe there's money in it. Is there? Representative Sweeney?
Well, yeah, but this will be a regular calendar.
Regular calendar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Minority report, Representative Munns. Yes, thank you. Okay, next.
There will be minority?
Yes.
Okay.
ITL, I assume. ITL. Okay, Munns. Okay. And next we have House Bill 552, and I'll recognize Representative Rung for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move House Bill 552 ought to pass, and I'd be happy to speak to my motion after the second.
I will second that motion.
Okay. So currently, the state retiree insurance plan allows coverage for 19 to 25-year-old children if they are full-time students. This bill seeks the simple change of removing the full-time student requirement to allow coverage for all children in this age group. This change brings the retiree plan in alignment with the current state employee plan and other ACA plans. Importantly, this change will not cost the New Hampshire taxpayer a single penny. All premiums will be paid by the retiree and not the state. Additionally, 19 to 25-year-olds tend to be healthier, and therefore they cost less to insure, which means that adding these healthier individuals to the insurance pool. In fact, this change may decrease state costs because the Department of Administrative Services won't have to verify eligibility based on being a student. Just age, which is much easier to track and changes with 100% predictability. Two other potential benefits, albeit unquantifiable, are that this benefit enhancement could aid in hiring essential state employees or encourage the decision to retire earlier. By way of additional history, this bill was introduced last term. It received an 11-0 vote in the House Executive Departments and Administration Committee and a 5-0 committee vote in the other body before that body added a non-germane amendment, resulting in its dying on the table. So I hope you view this bill favorably and vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on 552 as ought to pass? Seeing none. Clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 552 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Wallner, Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Taliski.
Tulersky votes yes.
I keep trying. Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
All right. Is it possible there's no money in this?
Yes. This will be on consent.
Consent.
Good. Next, we have House Bill 566, and I once again will recognize Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we ought to pass House Bill 556. I'm sorry, 566.
I'll second the motion.
And this bill, at your place, has an updated fiscal note. The legislative budget assistant has determined that this legislation has a total fiscal impact of less than $10,000 in each of the fiscal years 2025 through 2028. And this broadly bipartisan bill was written with substantial direct impact from Director Mike Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES. It provides statutory support for DES's current rules by requiring applicants for landfill permits to provide detailed leachate management plans. Plans must include detailed descriptions of how leachate will be managed, collected, and stored on site, how it will be treated on site, if applicable, and how it will be transported and disposed of. It requires applicants to provide estimates of weekly leachate transports and contingency plans in the event of unforeseen complications. This bill requires landfill operators to provide detailed information regarding contracts with at least 2 facilities who will treat and dispose of the leachate. The requirement to provide this information is the most significant enhancement for enforcement of DES's rules. Sponsors of this bill also spoke with representatives of the regulated community who said the requirements are not overly burdensome. So I recommend ought to pass, and I urge my colleagues to vote ought to pass as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
You looked at me, Chair Weiler,
Well,
so
I know this is
I'm
your
like a
area of
moth to a
expertise.
flame on this stuff. I just want to thank Representative Rung for her comments. I see Chair Aaron nodding her head back there, and I would say that basically what this statutory provision does is add, to quote my chair, extra oomph to the rules that are currently in place on this. And the regulated community really didn't have a problem with this because many of these things are already in rules. So I'd appreciate the committee's support.
Further discussion? Excuse me. Further discussion on House Bill 566? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 566 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tversky,
Tulersky votes yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips, Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
Vote is 25-0, and I thank the representative sitting to my right for giving me the phonetic pronunciation of
All right. So I think that can be on
the
consent.
representatives.
Yes. All right, the motion is ought to pass, and it will go on the consent calendar since there is no money in it to speak of.
Okay. Next, we have House Bill 572, and I will again recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I move retain on 572, and this is actually a true retain. We weren't able to find the funds to put it into the budget, but we hope to be able to work on it and see what the fiscal picture looks like next year.
I'll second the motion.
Further discussion on the motion of retain for House Bill 572 FN.
Clarify that the policy in the bill made it into HB2, but the appropriation did not. Sorry for I crossed my wires.
Thank you. Further discussion. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of retain House Bill 572 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Campbell,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
All right. 25-0, the House Bill 572 will be retained.
Okay. Next, we have House Bill 607, and I'll make a motion to retain.
I'll second that.
So this bill, it had a small money component which we took out and we put it into House Bill 2 with slightly different language, but it was, as far as I can tell, acceptable or mostly acceptable to the sponsors. So that's why we're retaining it.
Further discussion. Representative Munns from Hampton.
Thank you. Yes, from Hampton. I would be remiss if I didn't have a comment to make about this bill. I do appreciate the work that the chair of Division 1 did to reduce the requirements of the Hampton Beach Area Commission. But if there's ever an example of an unfunded mandate, this is it. This is a state agency that was created, I want to say about 12 years ago. It has never received any funding, which has put the burden on, the commissioners to try to raise funding. The request that was being made was very small, $5,000 per year. And I would have hoped that we could have found a little bit of room in our budget for that, but understand that we couldn't. And again, appreciate the efforts of the chair. So thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Priest, you have your light on. Did you want to say anything? Thank you. Further discussion on House Bill 607, motion to retain. If there is no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 607.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Campbell,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney, Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner. Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Delarski,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
Motion being 25-0, House Bill 607 FN is retained.
Okay. Next, we have House Bill 611, and I will
Mr.
make.
Chair, I
I'm
don't
sorry,
believe there's any money in that.
No, there isn't.
but it's retained, so,
Oh, sorry.
yes. So next we have House Bill 611, and I will make another motion to retain.
Second.
So this is the bill we talked about a fair amount yesterday. It's the one about the Office of Cost Containment. There's language about this in House Bill 2.
Motion to retain on House Bill 611. Is there any further discussion on that bill, of the motion to retain? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 611 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Walner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Evil,
Yes.
Representative Telersky,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
Vote being 25-0, the motion to retain is adopted for House Bill 611 FN. I believe there is no money in this.
No, but again, it's a retain, and
only
it's
retained,
already part of House Bill 2.
Very good.
Okay. Well, assuming we pass House Bill 2. All right. Next is House Bill 624, and I'll recognize Representative Cambrose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to retain House Bill 624 FN, and I will point out that it was a unanimous 9-0 vote out of division.
I'll second it.
Second by Representative Abel. Further discussion on the motion to retain for House Bill 624 FN. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 624 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Walner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Evil,
Yes.
Representative Telersky,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
Vote being 25-0, House Bill 624 FNA is retained.
Next, we have House Bill 639. Recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass on House Bill 639, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you. This bill came to us. We had a very thorough conversation with the prime sponsor and somebody from the Securities Division of the Secretary of State's office when they came to have the public hearing, and then we execed it. They had conversations, the prime sponsor and the Secretary of State employee, after the meeting to try to see if they could amend it. There were some concerns about the definition of securities and how that interacts with digital currencies. the representative from the Secretary of State's office, Securities Division, was not overly worried about us passing the bill, knowing that continued work could happen on it in the other body, and gave the blessing to pass the bill so that it could continue to be worked on, as they were not too far off from it, but far enough that an amendment wouldn't make sense in this timeline. So we're moving ought to pass, and it was 7-2.
Further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 639. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was one of the two that voted against this in the division, and the impact on the regulatory authority of the Bureau of Securities was one of the concerns that I had. I have no doubt that, that can be worked out, but it's still nevertheless still a concern. The other concerns I have about the bill really get at, I think, one of the fundamental challenges that we have with blockchain, and that is the demand on our energy resources that this could have, and the corresponding increase in energy prices that could result. There is language in the bill that, to my interpretation, could potentially limit local control, which we all know is a big concern in our state. And there was some discussion as well about the impact on the judicial branch if there is litigation that results as a result of these actions. So with all of those open items, I just didn't feel like the bill was ready for prime time, and voted against it, and I would encourage you all to join me. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 639, FN. Representative Rund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was the other no vote on this in Division 1 for the same reasons my colleague from Hampton stated. But also, I just don't believe it should be up to us to pass a flawed bill. The comments that Representative Sweeney made, that there's some things that could be fixed in the Senate, I'd rather have those fixed in the House for a House bill. So I'm going to be voting against the OTP in hopes that we can have a motion to retain that would follow, so that these things could be ironed out and then brought forward in the second year of the term. Thank you.
Representative Abel.
Yes, very briefly, I guess we're all competing for who voted against this in committee, because I thought I voted against it in committee, but whatever, it doesn't make any difference. I am planning on voting against it here. I understand that the Secretary of State, the securities fellow there came in. They did not have an opportunity to testify before Commerce, and he was quite concerned. I know they resolved to fix it in the Senate, but as someone who practiced securities law for several years, the whole thing gave me the heebie-jeebies, so I decided to vote against it. Thank you very much.
Further discussion from the committee. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 639, FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Walner,
No.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Emo,
No.
Representative Telersky,
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
It's
15
15 to 10.
Vote being 16 to 10, the motion of ought to pass is adopted for House
15
Bill.
to 10.
15 to 10. 15 to 10. The vote of ought to pass is adopted for House Bill 639 FN.
So is it, who will write the minority report? Representative?
Who's going to write it? Representative Munn.
Okay, and ITL will be your motion? Is that, okay. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
and I guess that's regular calendar.
Yes. Yes, yeah, that'll be a regular calendar. All right, next we have House Bill 640, and I'll recognize Representative Griffin.
Yeah, this is another bill we're retaining. I think if I remember correctly, there's just no money for it. And so I'll make a motion to retain.
And I'll second it. Motion to retain. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain House Bill 640 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Worth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Walner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Abel,
Yes.
Representative Telersky,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Wilder.
Yes.
Is 25-0.
Vote being 25 to 0, we have adopted the motion to retain House Bill 640 FN.
All right, now House Bill 723, I recognize Representative Cambrose for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to OTP House Bill 723 FN, and I'd like to speak to the motion after it is seconded.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, so this bill would repeal the multi-use energy data platform law. In 2019, this law was passed, and it requires utilities to create and jointly operate a statewide multi-use online energy data platform. The platform is yet to be built. There is a significant overlap in features between those proposed in the data platform and what some utilities already offer in their customer-facing portfolio portals, mainly the ability for a customer to view their electricity usage and to manually share that usage with third parties. Utilities currently recover the costs of upgrading and improving their customer-facing software by filing a rate case and justifying the expense to the Public Utilities Commission. This data platform law circumvents the normal cost-benefit justification process, and it simply mandates that the platform be built. The majority on the committee felt that the benefits of the platform over what some utilities already provide are not clear, and if there are benefits, the utilities should build this project by following the normal process without special carve-outs in statute. The cost to integrate this platform was conservatively projected to be $4.5 to $7 million, with the estimated cost to build a platform being in the tens of millions. So for that reason, we would like to OTP this bill to repeal that past law.
Representative Munns for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill was passed by the House, 201 in favor to 160 opposed. And as my colleague mentioned, it repeals a bill that was introduced at the request of the Office of Consumer Advocate and signed into law by Governor Sununu in 2019. The purpose of the Energy Data Platform was to allow utilities, their customers, and any authorized third parties to access the online platform and participate in the secure exchanging of data. The Department of Energy was unable to quantify what, if any, cost the state would incur. There has been a delay in implementing the platform, due in large part to the utilities dragging their feet and being unwilling to participate in the effort. The platform was to provide easy access to energy usage data by innovative companies looking to develop energy-related services, and also to municipalities seeking to make the benefits of retail electric choice available to their residents. It was meant to support the move that many towns and cities in our state have already made to community choice aggregation plans, which are plans that allow consumers to select lower energy prices or different energy mixes based on their own preferences. Canceling this project will be yet another step backwards in our efforts to take control of our energy future, and I will be voting no on the motion of ought to pass, and I urge you to join me so that somebody else can write the minority report. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion of ought to pass for 723 FN? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass 723 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Walner,
No.
Representative Leachman,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Ebel,
No.
Representative Todorsky,
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
It is 14 to 11.
Vote being 14-11, motion of ought to pass on House Bill 77, House Bill
gotta get some more.
723
Get it up
FN
here.
is adopted. That will go on, I guess, the regular calendar.
Yes. Okay. Next and last for Division 1, we have HG 733.
HG.
All right. House Bill 733, and I'll recognize Representative Ebel.
Thanks. I've never made a motion to pass an HG before. Anyway, I would move to pass HB, or ought to pass on HB 733, and I'd be happy to speak to my motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you. This bill enhances consumer protections and promotes transparency in commercial litigation funding by establishing clear disclosure requirements and ethical limitations on third-party financiers. By ensuring that funding agreements are disclosed to all relevant parties, prohibiting foreign entities of concern from influencing litigation, and safeguarding attorney-client decision-making, this legislation upholds the integrity of the legal system while protecting claimants from potential conflicts of interest and undue external influence. As indicated by the fiscal note, the committee determined there is no fiscal impact on the state, county, or local expenditures or revenue. And this was a very simple hearing, and I think we were very much in support in the division and came to a unanimous conclusion of ought to pass quickly. So I'd urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Motion is ought to pass on House Bill 733 FN. Is there any further discussion from committee members? Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the motion of ought to pass on 733 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Miller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney. Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Waldner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Evil.
Yes.
Representative Tolersky.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
25-0.
All right, motion is being 25-0. The House Bill 733 is adopted on the motion of ought to pass. We'll take a break. We need to get some more paperwork. And that bill will go on consent as there is no money. All right, quick break, 5 minutes. We need, people are running out of papers here.
Thank God that we went digital.
Yeah.
Yes, huh?
All right.
We're gonna do a full division. Full division.
begin to take your seats.
Okay.
What did Paul want?
He just is here to watch.
Oh, all right.
He doesn't want to say anything.
Okay. All right, we've got 16 out of 28 bills dealt with. Thank you, Division 1. We'll now move to Division 2 and recognize Representative Erf to introduce the Division 2 bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will look first to Representative Popovich for a motion on HB 115 relative to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account Program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to OTP Bill HB 115 FN.
Second.
All right.
You want to speak to your motion?
I will very briefly say thank you that if you look at the legislative history, it is clear that from the beginning this was not a program that was meant to be means tested. Compromises were made at the beginning, and we've been working to return to the original intent of the program. This bill does achieve that in the most fiscally responsible way we could find. Thank you.
Further discussions from committee members. Representative Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will oppose this OPT motion. Beginning with a public hearing for this program on January 18th, 3,253 people registered in their opposition to the program, while only 770 people expressed support. At the Finance Committee public hearing, scores of people came out to speak against the program. Not one that I recall, I could be wrong, spoke in favor. I've received hundreds of emails in opposition to this program, and I know many of you have as well. I received one single email in support of the program. Our taxpayers and our constituents have issued statements through their town meeting processes protesting the expansion of this program. Back in 2022, the original estimate for the program was around $300,000. The cost of the program was over $14 million. The following year, the program cost around $22 million. This year, the cost is more like $28 million. By removing the cap to this program, the most reliable estimates show that the cost of the expansion could reach anywhere from $60 to $100 million. Many of these vouchers, in my view, are nothing more than taxpayer-funded grants to people who are wealthy enough to already send their children to public school. Many others go to families whose children have never set foot in a public school and cannot know whether the public school system is for their child or not. Further, we have no standardized assessment as to how well or how poorly these children are faring. There is no accountability. At the time when we are cutting virtually every other program in the state, this is not the time to expand a program that is so costly, so unpopular, except within a very small community of people, and lacks even the most basic of guardrails. We are here to be good stewards of our people's money. In a year when we are facing not even an efficiency budget, but a starvation budget, when every agency and every department is being cut, it is egregious in my mind that we are considering expanding such an expensive and unpopular program. For those reasons, I will be voting against the OTP. Thank you.
Further discussion from committee members. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 115 FN.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seward.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Toleski.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
14 to 11.
Vote being 14-11, the motion of ought to pass is adopted. Will there be a minority report? Who will write it?
Representative
Murray.
Okay.
I will.
Representative
Thank you.
Popovich, you'll do the, yes, okay.
Okay. All right, and I guess, has this got money in it?
Yes.
Yes. That'll go on the regular calendar.
It's already on.
All right.
Are you ready for this to go ahead, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So next we'll have HB 563, relative to the cost of an opportunity for an adequate education, extraordinary need grants, fiscal capacity disparity aid, and determination of education grants. And I'll look to Representative Popovich for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It will take me less time to make the retain motion on HB 563 than it took to read the title.
Motion to,
I
yes,
second.
thank you.
Thank you. And if I may
Yes.
very briefly say that, the bill is part of HB 1 and HB 2, and therefore it is no longer needed as a standalone bill.
Further discussion on the vote of on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 563.
Retain.
Motion to retain. Thank you for the correction. Motion to retain on House Bill 563 FN. Further discussion. Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrils,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Walner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman. Yes. Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tolersky,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 25-0.
Vote being 25-0, the motion to retain House Bill 563 is adopted. Representative Earth.
Okay, next is HB 675, limiting the authority of school districts to make certain appropriations. And I'll look to Representative Popovich for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the some flexibility from this committee. I have an amendment in OLS that should be finished. I think it's an amendment that everybody will like, though. I'm looking to add the CPI adjustment to the parts of the bill where the CPI adjustment has been left out. So it will make the caps, a bit higher than they would have otherwise been. Since the language is not in front of us, I wanted to give you a heads up that we'll have it. I will share it with you as soon as I have it from OLS, and I hope it will be an amendment that we can all agree on, while I'm sure that the bill may suffer a different fate. Thank you.
Mr.
You still need to
Chair,
make the motion.
should we just roll this back till later in the day so that he can get his amendment?
Yes, that's what we'll do.
The motion on this bill is retain.
Oh, you're right. I apologize. You are perfectly right. But would it be better to wait until the amendment is adopted and then retain it?
Yes, so we know completely what we're voting on.
It's a House Bill 2 amendment.
It's an HB2 amendment, though. So
So
I would be, if I may, I believe that a retain motion would be appropriate at this time. I did want to make sure that everybody knows that I will have an amendment that will change what we have in HB2, but I think since we're going to retain the bill regardless, maybe it's easier to just take care of it. And I did want to give you a heads up about the amendment to HB2 related to the content of 675 there. So I would like to make, if I may, the retain motion.
would you describe the amendment proposed?
I did. The amendment proposed will be to add the adjustment by CPI to the second part of the bill that described what happened after 27. At this time, there was no CPI adjustment in the bill. It will have a CPI adjustment, therefore, allowing for a higher budget to be used before the cap. So it is an attempt to relax the cap in a reasonable way.
By show of hands, how many of the members wish to proceed under those conditions? Mickey?
So,
Mr. Chairman, may I just clarify what we're doing here?
Representative Telersky?
Yes, so it's my understanding that Representative Popovici Muller is going to bring forth an amendment perhaps this afternoon to House Bill 2. The bill we're looking at now has a motion to retain. So I don't think there's any discussion other than retaining the bill. And we can discuss the amendment later.
How many are willing to proceed with the motion to retain? All right, it's a majority. All right, the motion before us is to retain the bill with an amendment to be brought later.
Second.
There you go.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Representative Murray?
Thank you very much. I oppose the motion to retain. I think there is a better motion. This is an attempt to usurp local control by imposing a spending cap on education spending. The House vote for this measure on March 13th was close, 190 to 185. This is a matter that genuinely belongs to local districts and the communities. They're the best ones that best suited to understand and address their varied needs. And as we have seen, this type of cap does not solve the underlying problem of the state downshifting a lot of its costs to the communities. Further, the cap would result in underfunded schools remaining underfunded in perpetuity, as they would not be able to reach higher than the arbitrarily imposed limit, this limit, or CPI limit. Provision in the bill that the cap could be rescinded by a 2/3 vote is unrealistic. It is an attempt to obscure the fact that local control has been taken away. People representing the school districts over and over again referred to this bill as a classic example of legislative overreach. And we've seen numerous communities come out and embrace their right to make their own decisions regarding their school budgets. And they have made it clear they're unwilling to cede this responsibility. This is a type of proposal that I think is a red herring diverting attention from the heart of the matter, which is how the state chooses to fund education. For these reasons, I oppose this and will oppose the retain motion.
Members, further discussion from members of the committee? Representative Popovici Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a moment to briefly say that trying to say that this bill will lock districts into their current spendings has been proven wrong repeatedly by votes way over 2/3 to increase school budgets, including the much publicized Kearsarge vote that was more than 90% of the people showing up voted in support of it. So when the community sees a genuine need to increase the budget past the cap, they will be able to do so. Otherwise, this will help slow down the increase of education costs way above inflation and way above levels justified by the number of students that are still in the public schools. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee? Representative Hacken-Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a member of Division 2 and as a former member of the Hanover Finance Committee, I know the importance of the ability for school districts to make decisions that are can respond quickly and flexibly to factors that cause budgets to unexpectedly increase from one year to the next for a small blip. For instance, in one year we had a 6th grade census that went up, the population went up. So our whole school budget had to be able to respond to that. So when you put this type of a cap on with such a high bar of requiring the citizen override, it really ties the hands of those folks who are volunteering to run our school boards and to responsibly plan financially for their district's budgets. So on that stance alone, I think we should be concerned. But when I back out from the extreme local level and put my perspective on here at the State House, why we're even looking and entertaining this bill, I think it's just worth noting that this bill has no budgetary impact on the state. This is a local impact. And during a difficult budget year, I would think that our concern would be controlling what's impacting our state. And, from that perspective, I think we're missing the ball. We can do better. There is bipartisan opposition to this. And I think, I'll encourage my committee members here to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee. Representative Leishman.
Could I ask Representative Popovici Mueller a question?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I'm just curious why you would be opposed to the locals making that decision on spending, whether it be high or low.
I am not opposed to them making that decision on spending. I am just proposing that increases, significantly larger increases than CPI and justified by the increasing attendance, should have a higher threshold for approval. There is nothing here that prevents those budgets from being approved. The threshold does require a more significant level of support in, the jurisdiction for that vote.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion from the committee. Representative Abel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I spoke against this yesterday. I'm going to speak against it today. Representative Kelly and I both are here representing the Kearsarge district. We heard from the people in that district vociferously that they were opposed to this bill and the usurpation of local control. We did have a discussion about accountability yesterday in education. I believe elections are how you hold elected officials accountable. And if people have an objection to how their schools are being run, they have the right to vote out members that are not voting the way they want to. And I just have to say, if we're talking about accountability, one of the huge objections to EFAs is there is virtually no accountability when the adequacy money is sent out. And I just need to put my line in the sand here and just say, for the live free or die state, which has always greatly supported and honored local control, I just find this very objectionable. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Popovici Mueller.
Every time when people say there is no accountability in the EFA program, I have flashbacks to the presentation that we all got in Finance 2 on how detailed the oversight over every expenditure is. Parents, they have to wait until their educational expenses approved by the agency administering the program before they can send the money. If parents have unspent balances at the end of the school, not the school year, but when the kid stops being eligible for the program, those balances are swept back to the state. Neither of those is true for public schools, which, we spend $4 billion on. We do get overall summary reports from the schools, but we definitely do not have the ability at the state to look into every little spending decision they made, which we have with the EFA. So I'm not saying the schools should be subject to the same level of paperwork, because I find that level of oversight to be a bit over the top, but to say that there is no accountability in the EFAs kind of tends to ignore the facts of, that I just presented, which are very easily verifiable at every level. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you very much. The accountability of which I speak has to do with how well or how poorly the students are doing, and there is no accountability in that. I'm not talking about the funding. I'm talking about whether or not we know these students are learning. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee on the motion to retain House Bill 675. Representative
I
Popovici.
promise this is the last time I open my mouth on this bill. I do. It's very nice to measure performance. I trust the parents to decide what is best for their kids in terms of what achieves the academic performance. To me, if we talk about accountability in public schools, we should talk not just about measuring it, but what are we about to do when the accountability fails to ensure any performance and our test scores are dropping every year and things are getting worse. So if we want to talk about accountability, I'm going to end here, because surely that's a topic we'll pick up the next time we work on the budget. And I would be very happy to have comparable level of accountability for EFAs and for public schools if that would be the will of this committee.
Further discussion from committee members. Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain House Bill 675 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Leachman,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Ebel,
No.
Representative Tolarski,
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 14 to 11.
Vote being 14 to 11, we will retain House Bill 675 FN. Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next bill is HB 713, relative to mile markers along Route 112, and I'll look to Representative Popovich for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make a very sedate motion to OTP Bill 713 FN.
Second?
And I'll look to Representative Stringham for a further motion.
Yes, I move ought to pass on Amendment 2025-1271H and would like to speak to my motion.
Second.
The Cacamangas Highway, Route 112, is an iconic roadway that runs through the heart of the White Mountains. It's approximately 32 miles long. It's windy and it can be treacherous. Most of the length has no cell phone or radio service for most of the length of the 32 miles. This bill came as a request from local police, ambulance services, and emergency service providers because and the very frequent breakdown, accidents, and other mishaps that occur along the roadway with no cell phone or radio service. The most common response is for a Good Samaritan to go by and say, when I got cell service, I'll call in. And 5, maybe even 10 miles later, they'll call in, and then they'll say, where was it? When they call 911, and it'll be something like near the campground, by the waterfalls, which, there's 5 different campgrounds. So even by the Big Rock is one of the and not realizing the Granite State may have more than one rock along the road. So the request was a simple one, to put in mile markers. It was went before the Public Works and passed 18-0 with the statement that this would have a major there's a major safety impact to have mile markers at the along its length, and it was even brought up that sometimes even which police department or ambulance service is supposed to go along the call depends on the location. So the amendment itself was advanced, and this came up in the presentation in Division 2, that they might want language that could improve the efficiency of this 100% federal funds project by allowing them to combine projects with similar good deeds with this federal funds, and also the timing. So the amendment itself just gives them a little added flexibility on there, and changes the effective date to 18 months after its passage. So I ask for everybody to support the amendment and the underlying bill.
Further discussion on the amendment? We'll adopt it by a show of hands. All in favor, please raise your hand. Hands down. Any opposed? The motion is adopted. Amendment number 1271. Further,
I just had a question for the
Representative Edwards has a question.
Yeah, this is just a simple question. I think the mile markers in the bill went to 1/10 of a mile. Is that correct? And if that's correct, then Was any consideration given of doing like a 0.2 or something?
The department most leans towards 0.2. They've asked for flexibility that it not be less than every mile in the bill, but most likely it'll be 0.2 when it's actually built. But they want to do the layout first and get feedback from
Thank you.
from the local towns.
Okay. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 713 FN. Is there any further discussion from committee members? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 713, and the amendment is 1271.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tulersky,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 25-0.
All right, the motion is 25-0, and on ought to pass the on House Bill 713 FN, and it will go on the regular calendar. Now, I failed to ask on some previous bills. House Bill 115, who will write the minority report? Representative Murray, and it will be ITL. Okay, thank you. All right, I think I got the rest of them. Thank you. Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next bill is HB 773, relative to aid to school districts for the cost of a special education. And I'll look to Representative Popovich for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion of retain for HB 773.
Motion to retain on House Bill 773. Is there any further discussion from the committee?
You want to go to second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Okay, a motion and a second to retain House Bill 773. Representative Popovici Mueller is recognized.
Very briefly, we are retaining it because obviously this is part of HB1, HB2, and the retain motion in committee was unanimous.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 773.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tulersky,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 25-0.
Vote being 25-0. The motion of retain is adopted for House Bill 773. Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our last bill is HB 781, requiring school districts to adopt policies establishing a cell phone-free education. And I'll look to Representative Popovich for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make an OTP motion on HB 781.
Second.
And very briefly, I will just state that this bill has had bipartisan support in our committee. It was voted on unanimously, and we did strip the $1 million that was originally allocated to it. So right now it doesn't even have a fiscal impact. So hopefully there shouldn't be much needed to pass it.
Representative Tulerski.
A question for Representative Popovici Muller. I guess I'm confused. If you strip the money out and there's no amendment to this, how did you do that?
It came to us as amended without the money in it.
Oh, thank you. So it was stripped out in the first committee.
I misspoke. I apologize. Thank you.
Thanks.
Further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 781 FN? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Dean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tulerski.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 25-0.
The vote being 25-0, the motion of ought to pass is adopted for House Bill 781 FN. And since the money's been removed, I guess it can go on consent.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're about to break into Division 3 bills, and you graciously offered that we could have a Division 3 caucus beforehand. Given the proximity to lunch, may I suggest that you recess us for lunch, and then Division 3 can meet in your office for about 4 or 5 minutes before we all go off to eat.
Okay, and you don't think you'll take too much time, that 1 o'clock still looks realistic for coming back for your bills?
1 o'clock is great.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, if I may briefly just announce that the amendment I was talking about is available at the House Committee Services. I'll go pick it up, and I will have the copies available on the front desk so that anybody who wants to examine it over lunch has the opportunity to do so. So I'll go there right now and be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
And Division 1 members, please pick up papers that you have left in 212.
Okay, let's see if I got all these. I never expected that to make anybody fall in love with a bit. All right. 54, yeah. Okay, we'll call the Finance Division to order, Finance Committee to order, and announcement by Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to apologize to the committee in my rush this morning to try to address a concern in regards to contents of the HB 675 bill. I did two things that were incorrect. One of them was that the amendment is written as an amendment to 675 instead of HB2, which is absolutely my fault. The other problem is that I was unaware at the time when I asked OLS for a change of the balance that was already set in the bill with the various provisions, and I'm concerned that the intent of my amendment would result in a less than useful language. So I'm not going to be able to put this amendment forward, and I do not plan to continue working on it at this time until I have more time to better understand the language. So again, my apologies for taking the time of the committee with earlier announcements and then by asking you to read this. I just, based on the new information, I just cannot move forward with it, and I appreciate your understanding.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, I'll recognize Representative Edwards to introduce the Division 3 bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, all of these are retains of various flavors. The first one is House Bill 54 FN. This was trying to take our alternative treatment centers and create a for-profit option. When we looked at the fiscal note had no impact on DHHS, and the only impact would be on Division 1. So we informally handed it over to Division 1, and I understand that they have an HB2 item compatible with this bill.
Yes, that's correct.
So in that case, since it's still with me, the motion I would make is, since it was 10-0 in our committee to retain it, I would like to make a motion to retain.
Second.
Motion and a second to retain House Bill 54 FM. Is there further discussion among the committee? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 54 FN.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Your microphone's off.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Dean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Miller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebo.
Yes.
Representative Talinski. Here I am again. Talerski.
Yes.
Sorry. Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
25-0.
The motion to retain is adopted. Next, Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 547, it was a bill to have the department reimburse the counties for excess payments the federal government provided during the early phase of the pandemic. And what this bill did was to take the amount that had been retained by the department, in a little in excess of 22 million, and to have it go back to the counties over a 2-year period. We have amended that, or basically in HB2, we put that into HB2 and we split it up into 4 payments to stretch 2 budgets. That was coordinated with the counties, and there wasn't pushback. Bill passed on a voice vote from the House and was retained 10-0. So I would like to move retain of House Bill 547 FN.
Second.
Motion to retain and a second on House Bill 547. Is there any further discussion among the committee? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain 547 FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaward,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Tulowitzki,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Weiler,
Yes.
25-0.
Okay, and we have retained House Bill 547 by your vote. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to go ahead and move right away to retain House Bill 570. And I'm doing that because I'm expecting some discussion, and I'd like there to be a motion on the floor.
Second.
Motion and a second on House Bill 570.
May I speak to the motion?
You may.
Okay, so 570 was a lightweight bill that did some definitions, and it went to ED&A. ED&A amended it to a repeal of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I think after 4 years, the perception was that the Prescription Drug Affordability Board wasn't producing anything worth the investment the taxpayers were making. So pretty strong House vote. It was kind of partisan, but it was still a pretty strong House vote. It came to us, and I had been telling the PDAB, since I'm a member of it, since November, that we had to have business plans if this bill was going to live. And there were no business plans as of the day I went to the House floor and recommended that we kill it. Well, something got the attention of the leadership of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and that weekend we got together and we worked on business plans. Seeing the business plans, I thought that they had belatedly addressed my concerns about showing a return on investment for the taxpayers. And there was a savings of about $2.5 million and one of their recommendations to do biosimilars for Humira. They were stealing the idea from another state who had been successful. And so with that recommendation, we were able to take the 2.5 million, I forget exactly the right amount, but we broke it down into representative chunks for corrections, DAS, and Medicaid, so that we would decrease the budget by 2.4 million, which would offset the Prescription Drug Affordability Board of a little over $500,000 for the biennium. So we put that into HB 1, and it didn't need to go into HB 2 because the PDAB already existed, and all it needed to do was, it's the governor's budget. It just needed to be funded, and so we changed some numbers around to reduce the spend, but we did retain it. And since then, there's been some conversation about whether or not we made the right decision, and I thought I would allow. If with your discretion, Mr. Chair, a little bit of discussion on that.
It's certainly allowed. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question. I'm looking at the bill and I see it's as amended, but the fiscal note is as introduced. Is there a new fiscal note?
I don't know that there would be with the repeal. It would basically be no fiscal note, but Mr. Ripple's ready to speak.
So we know we haven't had a chance to prepare a new fiscal note, but it would have essentially shown the reduction in expenditures that resulted from eliminating the board, which I believe were in the neighborhood of 250,000 per year.
So, because this is showing an increase, but it's actually a decrease.
As amended, that's correct. It would be a decrease.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Stringham.
Pharmacy payments for Medicaid recipients represent 30% of the amount of payouts that we have for the roughly 160,000 people on the program, and we have very little control over pricing like we do in other areas. I reviewed the 3 business cases that the PDAP put together. I also got the opportunity to listen to the chairman talk about what they're doing, and I think it's a very wise investment of an area that a biennium ago, despite being such an enormous part of the expenditures, I think Division 3 maybe spent 15 minutes talking about. And we got a lot of opportunity to talk not only about the process, but some of the specifics. And I think that's a credit to this board, and I think it should continue.
Thank you. Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I became aware of PDAB when they came in probably 4 years ago looking for money from fiscal without going to a policy committee to discuss the need for money or the PDAB board specifically. So I paid particular attention over the last couple of years in what they've been doing. And personally, I haven't seen no tangible results of what they've done. They're supposed to lower drug costs. They have no real control over drug costs. That's a federal responsibility. It's a lot of money, I think, when we've got so many other issues at hand. It's $500,000 over the biennium. The House, as Representative Edwards has mentioned, has not supported this in the past. Again, I've attended some of their meetings. They've spent an awful lot of time looking at an awful lot of nothing, in my humble opinion. DAS, the New Hampshire Insurance Department, has the same responsibilities to do this, and their insurance doesn't cost us any general funds. This is a general fund appropriation of $500,000 over the biennium, so I'm concerned that it still seems to keep under the radar, and it's something that I think we shouldn't support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Edwards.
I didn't have.
Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my first look at this year. I understand that it came in 2020 along with the COVID era omnibus. My concern about this is that for the last 4 years, we've put out money and it hasn't produced anything, which was supposed to be primarily recommendations on how to achieve drug savings. Kind of remind the committee that the House position to repeal PDAP per the House vote recently on House Bill 570 was 205 to 168. I think that was mentioned before, though the numbers weren't there. If PDAP had come back with a business plan, as our chair had suggested initially should have been done, as opposed to business cases, which it came in with 3 business cases, which said that they could amount to a certain amount of savings. I don't know that those, and I'm not aware that all the 3 agencies of DAS, DHHS, and DOC, the corrections, have actually done an analysis to figure out the savings. I'm not sure where that analysis came from. Had they come in with a business plan, so not only how the savings were going to be achieved, but how they were going to work to get those dispersed, I probably would be here supporting it. But because they haven't been able to produce that business plan, not the business cases, so that I have a full picture of how this would work, I would say that there are ways to see where savings can be achieved. This is an area where I work on a daily basis. I work with with people on Medicare and their drug plans. And I mean, you've got numerous things out there, Good RX, Cost Plus drugs, numerous different discount programs that people could go after. And I think if the result here was going to benefit DHHS, DAS, or DOC, that the heads of those, or even human resources as a central figure, could figure out where those drug discount programs are and guide people to them so that they could do their own work on that. But it seems like spending $500,000 for the biennium on someone who's just probably going to give out recommendations, although do a little bit of research on the side, I think the money could be used elsewhere. So for that reason, I will be opposing this.
Representative Wallner and then Representative Munns.
Thank you, Chair Weiler. I'm going to support this. And my reason is because I know that Representative Edwards, who also serves on the board, has really done a lot of work with the staff member at the PDAP and is really working with him to provide the kind of business plan that we need to see. And I think it's worth giving it another year or two to see if it can be successful. It's been, it's not been around for very long, so they really need a chance to prove themselves. And I think with the guidance of Representative Edwards and also Senator Rosenwald is also on the board. So I think with their guidance, I think that we can have a program that really, really works.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the Chair of Division 3. If we end up repealing the Drug Affordability Board, will we lose the $2.4 million in savings that you've included in the budget?
That's a good question. If I could just sort of back up, I think it may be that retain is still the proper motion at this point, and the discussion on what we do with the PDAB should get deferred till we get to the HB1 portion of Division 3's presentation, because to effectively kill the PDAB, all we would need to do is zero out their line items, and we don't need to move 570. So I just wanted to say that up front. But specifically to your question, the recommendation to use biosimilars, specifically in the clinical case of Humira substitute, is a documented recommendation. There's already a House bill that's moved. It was either a House bill or a Senate bill, but it's a standalone bill, and it's also moving through. If you were to choose to unfund the PDAB, the recommendation that has been attributed to a $2.4 million savings would have a life of its own. It's already moving forward, and the PDAB could support implementation at the various departments, but that implementation support may not be necessary when you're looking at people like Mr. Arlinghouse and the like. So,
A follow-up? Just a quick follow-up. So it sounds like the PDAP was the first agency to identify this opportunity, that the Department of Insurance or DAS never brought this forward?
That a question?
No, I'm thinking of how I want to answer it without exaggeration and without doing any reputational damage. So I'm gonna draw a fine line here. It was brought to my attention that the author, the person who is the motivation behind the bill to use the biosimilar approach with Humira, that the person that was the motivation for that authorship did not attribute any of the thought to that bill to the PDAB. I found this out after our division work, and that idea would have come from that source in any case. It hadn't been identified by any of the other departments to my knowledge.
Representative Chelerski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to acknowledge that yesterday we had the chance to hear from Division 1 and Division 2 on a lot of different bills that they placed into House Bill 2. We had those conversations and then this morning moved forward with the retained motions. And Division 3, we are sort of having to go about this backwards. We haven't had the chance to review House Bill 1 and House Bill 2. And this is a unanimous retain. All of ours are unanimous. And yet we're not given the opportunity to discuss how we actually worked on this with the budget. So I am going to stand with some of the other comments. The Division 3 had a deep conversation about this. We feel there is a path forward, and I hope that we can retain it and move forward and have this discussion later. Thank you.
Anything further? Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have kind of a question about something that was just said, referencing the bill, which as amended by the House was to repeal the board, and the HB1 line items, which, if I am remembering everything correctly, could unfund the staff that supports the board, potentially leaving the board in place, but without the paid staff that supports them. And not to debate the difference here, but to me, they are kind of two different approaches to the problem. Thank you.
May I?
Representative Edwards.
I think that's a valid point. If we took the course to zero out the budget, you wouldn't be eliminating the policy, you wouldn't be eliminating the board, you would basically be taking it back to the way it was in the first couple of years, where it had no money, no executive director, no ability to contract. But you would effectively have the same thing as if we were to suspend the PDAB. And okay, that's all I have.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 570 FN.
Representative McGuire.
No.
Representative Earth.
No.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
No.
Representative Popovici Mula.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Is that a yes? Representative Daniels.
No.
Representative Seaworth.
No.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nelvanko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tolerski.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
There are 1, 2, 3,
20 to
4,
5.
5 noes. 20 to 25.
20 to 5.
So Mr. Chair, may I? I do think retain was an appropriate motion there, and as I mentioned, we will have an opportunity in the budget phase of the discussion on Division 3 to address this issue again from the perspective of whether or not the funding level that Division 3 recommended should be modified.
Thank you. We have voted to retain House Bill 570FN.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just open HB 661FN, and I'd like to defer to Representative Wallner to speak to the bill.
Representative Wallner is recognized.
Thank you. So, the division did vote to retain this bill. 661 is a bill that I actually have brought in twice. I brought it in a year ago, and then I brought it in again this year. And what it relates to is children who are in foster care, but also have a Social Security payment because either they are disabled, or their parent is disabled, or their parent is deceased, but they are in state custody. And this is about the management of those funds. It is Social Security. It's much more complex than just, do it. It's there were a lot of technicalities about it. So a year ago, Division 3 voted to amend the bill that I brought in to hire a consultant to come in and do a report on this particular situation. This is happening across the United States. Many states are moving towards the management of these funds for the children in foster care. And we have the report. We got the report in December. It's 44 pages. It's detailed. The division, I feel like we didn't really have the time while we were doing the budget to really do the kind of work we needed on this bill. So I hopefully you will agree with me to retain it, and we'll do a real study of it and really use the consultant's work that the state did pay for. So I think we should retain it and have a chance to go through that. Thank you.
Do you want to make the motion?
I move that we retain
I
House
second.
Bill 661.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 661FN.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Dean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Popovich Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvenko,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leachman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel,
Yes.
Representative Talarski,
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Munns,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Wallner, Chair Weiler,
Yes.
sorry. 25-0.
25-0, the motion to retain House Bill 661FN has been adopted. Representative Edwards.
Thank you. On House Bill 704, similar to what we just did, I'd like to turn the floor over to Representative Wallner.
Thank you, and thank you for the committee's support on 661. House Bill 704 is a bill about caregivers particularly caregivers that are caring for family members who have Alzheimer's. And this is it's sort of a four-part bill, with each part having an appropriation. Some of this is in the budget. Some of this is not in the budget. I hope that we can retain it just so that we can watch this as it goes through the system. One of these pieces, I may, if Chairman Weiler will entertain it, I may on Thursday bring in an amendment on one of these pieces. I just had someone send me some information that I was not aware of, and I need to check it out and be sure that I have the right information, but I may bring in an amendment on Thursday to this particular area of the budget. So I
Thank
hope
you.
that people will let us retain it.
Do you anticipate a big increase or decrease in the funds shown already on the bill?
No, it's more of a technical amendment.
Okay.
It isn't a financial amendment.
Very good. Yes, I would accept it.
Do you want to make a motion?
I move that we retain House Bill 704.
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion to retain House Bill 704 FNA? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Pompavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Telersky.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes,
25-0.
you have voted to retain House Bill 704 FNA. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar to the previous two bills, I'd like to bring to your attention House Bill 751-FN, and I'd like to turn the floor over to Representative Telersky.
Thank you very much. House Bill 751 is a bill sponsored by Representative McLean that has to do with substance use disorder treatment centers and providing some licensing and structure around them for the department. What we heard is that there are stories of abuse of patients that are seeking treatment for substance use disorder. Right now, we don't even know how many facilities are out there operating. They are operating in the dark. It is sounded to be somewhat predatory, and there is real concern that this area needs oversight from the department. There was an appropriation to this for one employee that we think if we retain this, we can figure out how to work on the policy to remove the need for that and the appropriation that's needed. So I hope you can support the unanimous vote from Division 3 to retain the bill.
Is that a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to retain.
I second.
Okay, motion to retain House Bill 751 FN. Further discussion from committee members. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to retain.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Pompavici Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leachman.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Telersky.
Yes.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Munns.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
25-0.
25-0, we have adopted the motion to retain House Bill 751 FN. Recognize Representative Sweeney for an introduction of an amendment.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was not prepared for that. I'll actually ask, just pass it and take one down. It's an updated amendment to House Bill 2 regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. The number for the record is 2025 1467H, and I'll wait for everybody to get a copy. It's being distributed now. But I will give an overview of the changes that were made since yesterday's amendment. We did put in a definition on diversity, equity, and inclusion that I will read. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, shall mean any program, policy, training, or initiative that classifies individuals based on race, sex, ethnicity, or other group characteristics for the purpose of achieving demographic outcomes rather than treating individuals equally under the law. The updated amendment also gets rid of any contract termination, as we're not going to terminate existing contracts that the state is in, but just going forward, no contract can be renewed or adopted that has these provisions in it. And we removed reference due to the executive orders of the president that were used for interpretation. By putting in the definition of DEI, we no longer needed the executive order reference. Those are the changes from the amendment that we all saw yesterday. But I would move, so I would move 1467H, which is being passed around.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Representative Daniels. Is there further discussion?
Representative Wallner.
Representative Wallner.
Chair Weiler, I would like to know if I could take a few minutes with the Democrats just to quickly review this and come back. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right, we will
Thank you.
recess for that caucus. Thank you.
I was just gonna ask the question. Whether it's considered this germane.
Yes.
in support of the amendment. This is obviously dealing with public entities within the state of New Hampshire, state agencies, department offices, commissions, that they shall not use state funds to state funds shall not be expended for DEI related activities. This also extends over into public schools, which is defined as any school, academic institution, or institution of higher education in the state supported by public funds. It being a budget amendment, I just wanted to clearly mark the lines in which this is affecting state dollars that are going out in HB 1 and HB 2. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think this is a question of you, Chairman Weiler. I know that yesterday there were questions about whether this was germane, and the speaker has ruled on it. I wondered how the decision was made to what these changes that make it germane, if you could.
Yes, the speaker's explanation was it refers to funds, so that makes it germane for the budget. Line 15.
Okay. Can I have just a further question?
Sure.
So the changes that Representative Sweeney just went through, is that what moved it to being germane?
So I certainly don't want to speak for the speaker and would never want to do that. I would say that there was not a definitive decision yesterday on the germaneness of the previous amendment, but there were ongoing conversations about what changes could be made to the amendment to make it stand up to legal challenges. And I actually want to thank Representative Haken-Phillips for pointing out some parts of the draft amendment yesterday that we were able to fix today in order so it could withstand any challenges to it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Haken-Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see a little more time and effort was put into the drafting of this document, but my concerns with the language and the construction and future liability, as well as any potential fiscal impact in the state, do remain. And so I'd just like to outline a few concerns for the division or the committee at the moment. So I'm looking at the new definition on line 8 through 10 for what diversity, equity, and inclusion are, and or is, I should say. The concern here is classifying individuals based on race, sex, ethnicity, or, here's the quote, other group characteristics. This term, other group characteristics, seems pretty vague to me, and my question to the drafters again would be, does this include people with disabilities? Currently, under federal and state law, folks who have mobility issues are covered under the Americans with Disabilities Act and are given public accommodations in public buildings and spaces, as well as in schools to get in and out, to get their learning IEP programs, to get their 504s. They have the right in current law to be given accommodations to not only learn in public school, but also visit public places. So my question right now, just from a brief review, is I'm guessing there are members in our community, probably even in the room, who are worried about the disability community being excluded. And furthermore, I'm willing to bet that there are members of the business community who are worried about how this could affect their ability to conduct business in the public marketplace. If now they're suddenly being held to this standard. So skipping down the document, I'd look at lines 18 through 21, which are repeated again later in the bill about contracting provisions. Again, there is no indication if this is future or existing contracts. So I think that leaves you open to liability. Here at the state of New Hampshire, we have existing contracts that won't be able to, freedom of contracting says two parties get to decide their own terms, and those contracts are in effect and enforceable as they stand now, and you can't just amend the terms if both parties don't agree to it, then one party's going to be in breach. And right now, the way this looks, the state of New Hampshire is going to be on the hook for breach of contract. So there's quite a bit of liability exposure there. If I look further down, lines 29 through 31, which looks like it's repeated again on the back during the public school section, that they have to conduct these reviews. This looks like an unfunded mandate to me. There is no appropriation here in this bill, so there will definitely be a fiscal impact to political subdivisions and public school districts for pulling this information together. I think clearly, you know, this is just a rush. It's a rush job, and I think we should recognize that. I feel bad for the attorney who had to draft this, because I'm sure they had plenty of questions about the what-if scenarios that this language leaves open. So we can go back to past history of when when the state of New Hampshire has passed legislation in the past that has looked similar to this. We have gone to court and we've had to defend a policy position that was known ahead of time would be problematic and expensive for the state to defend. Exhibit A, SB 3, Exhibit B, divisive concepts. We're talking more than $3 million to litigate one of those cases. This will bring litigation and it will be expensive. So when you exclude people who are normally protected under the Americans with Disabilities Act or other classes, other group characteristics classes that you're now creating, you are going to go to court. You're going to exclude people from the public space. It's going to be expensive, and I encourage the committee to pump the brakes. We're definitely running into conflict with federal law. We're definitely running into conflict with state law. It's going to disrupt our federal funding. This is not fiscally responsible. Our taxpayers deserve better from legislators in this state. And I just encourage the committee to remember there was no public hearing about this. So we have no policy committee vetting. I just, you know, it needs more work. I would encourage the committee, if you feel strongly about this, to retain it, take it back, go to a policy committee and work through the process as it's supposed to be done in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read the word other groups characteristics in a different way, because what's the word group mean? It means something similar to the previous words, race, sex, ethnicity. I think of disability more as an individual characteristic, not a group characteristic. These other things, race, sex, ethnicity, are all characteristics that someone is born with. Now, some people are born with disabilities, but there are also people who acquire disabilities over their lifetime. And so it's more of an individual characteristic, not a group characteristic. So I think that's a distinction there, whereas we're talking about things that are characteristics of groups. I mean, like, I don't know, maybe nationality or other things like that. So I read that a little differently.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is just a wonderful example. My colleague's previous remarks is a wonderful example of why litigation happens, because good attorneys will argue on their interpretations of the words, and then a judge will determine the outcome. And the last time we took that gamble, it cost the state of New Hampshire $3 million. Are we going to do that again? Is that the most fiscally responsible course of action in a budget year when we're trying to make up an $800 million gap? That's the question for this committee.
Further discussion. Representative Murray.
Thank you. It seems as though that group characteristics is included in here. Someone has some idea of what those group characteristics might be. And perhaps Representative McGuire could give me a few examples of group characteristics that pertain here.
Well, I gave you one: nationality, national origin, perhaps.
And may I follow up? Is that actually going to, are we really going to have this initiative that includes nationality?
Happens. You wish to respond? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to state that it's all in the context of race, sex, ethnicity, or other group characteristics for the purpose of achieving demographic outcomes. Accessibility in public schools and accessibility to public buildings is not for the purpose of achieving demographic outcomes. It is really just on these programs, these policies, these trainings, and initiatives that are based off of race, sex, ethnicity, and other group characteristics for the purpose of achieving demographic outcomes that we are trying to make sure that state dollars going forward do not fund. And in regards to the contracts, the language is very much forward-looking. They shall not enter into or renew any contract, and the purpose for the contract review by the Department of Justice and by the agencies is that we have the list of contracts that need to be reviewed to not be renewed in their current form so that they can be changed at the next time that those contracts come up.
I
Thank
think
you.
the history of DEI is fairly short, but it has enough examples that I think everybody understands what it means. Representative Munns?
Thank you. One of the objections that a number of us had yesterday was the lack of clarity in the definition of terms, which my colleague to my right, has pointed out. And while there's been some improvement, versus what we saw yesterday, I mean, there's still all sorts of, question marks. I mean, I'll just highlight, the point that Representative Sweeney made, demographic outcome. What does that mean? I could argue that a demographic outcome is to have a population in a school that has nobody with a disability. So what does demographic outcome mean? What is implicit bias training? What is that? Does anybody know? It hasn't been defined. DEI assessments. What is a DEI assessment? Critical race theory. Oh my God, probably the most misunderstood term in our political lexicon over the last 4 years. So this bill still doesn't have the kind of, if we're going to move forward with something like this, it needs to have much more clarity than it has right now.
Further discussion? Representative Murray again.
Thank you. I have a question. Perhaps someone can list this for me. There are an awful lot of reviews that seem to be taking place here, where each public school has to submit a review by September 23rd. There are reviews of contracts. Would someone list for me the number of reviews that this is requiring?
I think it's up to the agency.
And if I may, I mean, this is all to be done no later than September 30th, 2025.
Any further comments? Representative Tulersky.
Thank you. I'm having a little bit of a flashback to 2021 when the budget was coming through, and there were a number of policy decisions that were brought into the budget without proper public hearing on them, which have been, we've heard about for the last 4 years. The restriction on abortion that got put in there, I believe the education voucher program that got put in there. And I simply want to point out that if the public has not said already that they want input on big decisions such as this one, and they see again that this committee is going to go ahead and jam through on literally the last day something like this without proper notice, proper discussion, and input from the community, I think they are going to lose their confidence in this body. Thank you.
Some of us believe that the last election for president was heavily influenced by DEI and reaction to it that had taken place over the previous years, where organizations were governed by that rather than by merit, and it didn't have a good effect. But I think that's something that everybody's heard of and been familiar with. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to have the other side understand a little bit about why there's this concern about DEI. And the perception of many is, maybe even a majority, is that DEI is a way to supplant affirmative action, which was an attempt to proactively ensure quotas were met, that DEI is just the latest rebranding of an affirmative action program. The United States had settled on equal opportunity. We all seem to have embraced Martin Luther King and his words. But what has happened in the aftermath of DEI, if you just look at Southern New Hampshire University as an example, they have said that they are committed to implementing DEI principles in the classroom and in their curriculum. And as an example, they were doing a class on socioeconomic factors, and the questions that they were putting into the curriculum were things like, why is it, why is it that you have better health outcomes in white neighborhoods? And it's that calling out of a demographic to assign a group characteristic that doesn't make any sense when you put it back into individual terms. It causes one to think, aren't we supposed to be judged by the content of our character and not of our skin? And so these are things that are happening and percolating in the sort of subterranean part of our culture that we see, and we would like to make sure that we maintain the principles of equality and not try to find a new way to take a political demographic that's more than anything a political demographic and give governmental preferences to them. That's what our concern is, and I'm not sure that that's really being heard and discussed in the way that it really ought to be. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After listening to the comments from my colleagues, we're talking a lot about culture, perceptions, some opinions people have had about the last election. I haven't heard anything about a fiscal impact except from Representative Hacken Phillips about the liability and exposure we're presenting to the state and to our taxpayers. This bill should not be part of the budget. This bill is about policy that the state wants to adopt. Some people in the state want to adopt. This is not appropriate to have this go into HB2. We should be here talking about the budget, how we're going to fill this $800 million hole, and leave this kind of discussion to a policy committee where we can have an array of stakeholders come and share their opinion about it. Thank you.
Representative Munns and then Representative Popovici.
I just want to echo what Representative Tulersky and just recently Representative Rung said. I mean, I understand that there is a segment of the population for which this is a very significant concern to them, and I will give them all due respect. Given that they have that concern, I guess what I'm struggling with is, then why wasn't a bill introduced during the normal course of business where there could be a full public hearing and full discussion within a committee with ample opportunity for amendments? Why is this being introduced, as Representative Tulersky said, literally on the last day?
I would mention to you that DEI was never voted in by any legislative body. It was pushed from the top by some of the people that had a lot of influence and owned a lot of shares in many different things. It was never really properly brought in. So if you were arguing about things that were never properly brought in, and the surprise was some of our members that were researching some of the contractors found a lot of this language in the contractors, which didn't seem to be in the right place. It seemed to be very restrictive and not appropriate for what we were contracting for. And so it's not surprising that the reaction, especially as I said in the last election and in the federal government now, is coming out like going to states. If they have this, they don't get money from the feds. So I think it's coming from the top down. I think ours is a reflection of, we want to make sure that we don't lose federal money because we have something in there that a lot of us don't support anyway. Representative Popovici, move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, yes, this is the budget process. This bill is about what we spend state funds on. It does not affect what private entities do. If anybody wants to spend their private funds on such programs, they are more than welcome to do it, and this bill will not do a thing to affect their ability to do so. But in here, we are talking about the state budget. Indeed, this bill, because of its timing, has not had the opportunity to get a fully fleshed out fiscal note. Unfortunately, we all know that there are bills which take forever to get a fiscal note, and we have to use our best judgment in terms of what their fiscal impact will be. It is pretty clear also that we discovered during the budget process that these types of clauses in public contracts exist, and therefore we didn't have an opportunity during the LSR process, when we were unaware of it, to address this. Fixing this, it was found during the budget process. It needs to be fixed during the budget process. And again, if people would like to see a formal bill on it, this leaves their ability untouched to file a bill in a few months to bring DI back if they feel that is the right policy. But this just returns us to square one, where since we never approved this thing in the first place, we shouldn't be spending money on it. And if there is a bill that gets approved by the legislature and signed by the governor that this is a good idea, then we can start allocating funds for it according to the policy desires of the House and Senate and so on. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not aware of how much money has been lost with state funds because there was a DEI mention in some of the departments. I'm not aware of any cases that this has offended people in our state government, and if we have had any impacts because of the language that's in some of our departments. What I do know, besides the fiscal impacts that have been identified by my fellow representatives, that is basically fiscal impacts of court cases that we will have, I also know that there will be economic impacts, because if I'm a business coming into the state of New Hampshire and I see this wording here, I will say, I don't think this is an environment for my business to be a part of. And if I am a business in New Hampshire where I have a diverse makeup of workers, and I'm proud of that diversity, and I want that inclusion, and I value equality, I might be thinking of relocating my business outside of New Hampshire. Thank you.
As a former airline pilot, I'm very concerned with what's happening with the FAA. And I've seen things online about people saying I was fired because I was a white male from the FAA as a controller. And we look at all these accidents that have been taking place lately, and some of the same things are coming up, that the DEI ruined what had been a good, effective agency, the FAA. So I think there are some effects, and I think there are other effects in places. And interestingly enough, the Obama Library construction is not going along very well because of DEI. Representative Priest, further.
Just as a follow-up question to Representative Edwards or yourself, the demographic outcomes that you want to achieve, is that basically a white male outcome that you want to have in this state?
I believe this, you may answer first.
No, the outcome we want is that individual merit and talent, irrespective of the color of the skin is the predominant reason why people are hired and promoted and succeed in life, and not because there's competition for these jobs that are based on things other than talent, merit, and individuality. Again, I would cite Martin Luther King as my major motivation in this whole area, that we should be judging people by the content of their character and not by the color of their skin. Those words moved me when I was a young teenager, and I think they still motivate me today. We want equality before the law.
Representative, is there anybody who hasn't spoken yet? Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it's worth just recognizing who will be affected by this language. If you vote to pass this amendment, I do believe that people with disabilities will be covered under this language, given its vagueness. People with disabilities, as we know, are grouped together all the time in society and here in the state of New Hampshire. When you vote for this amendment, you will be excluding students with disabilities from receiving their special education. If you vote for this amendment, you will be excluding people with walking disabilities eligible for parking permits. When you vote for this amendment, you will be excluding people with print disabilities from their entitlement to an accessible voting machine in order to have equal access to vote on voting day. And that's just 3 little snapshots of what is going to happen under this language as written. I do not think the state of New Hampshire is prepared to possibly defend that in a court of law. I seriously encourage this committee to pump the brakes on this amendment. There will be litigation that follows, and do you want your name associated with that kind of discrimination against the disability community? You really need to think about that before you vote.
Representative Stringham.
I think we live in the greatest country of the world and the greatest time in history. And I think one of the reasons why this country is so great is because we get so much out of everybody who lives in this country, regardless of race, creed, sex, or other characteristics. I think it's a laudable goal to reach out and try to elevate so everybody feels like they can be part of the American success story. And I think that's what a lot of the goals were for equal opportunity, affirmative action, and DEI. I do know these things sometimes get to the point where some people feel like they're doing it at the exclusion of others. And that's when we start to feel the friction between us. And so there's naturally some pushback, and we try to come up with other ways to achieve the laudable objective of opportunity and success for all Americans. So I reach out to my colleague in Division 3 and say, I understand that, but I think the question before us, while we address this problem where we think that some people are feeling like they're being slighted or they're being denied opportunity because the initiative to elevate everyone else or to create opportunity for everyone else, that has to be addressed. But this bill itself, I think, still has some problems. I plan to vote against it, and I do plan to do what I can to make America the great continue and be even better. Thank you.
Anything further?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Abel.
You might think that everything's already been said, but I just like to echo the comments of all my colleagues. This is obviously a controversial matter. Obviously, the discussion that we're having here is a very valuable one. It should have been one that is made at a hearing where we can discuss it fully. I'm just going to say that there are reasons that people have problems with politicians, and there are reasons that people are really concerned about extreme partisanship in our country. And I think taking advantage of the imbalance on this committee to bring in an amendment like this at the last minute that isn't fully discussed just adds to the, how shall I say, ammunition and the belief that there aren't fair opportunities for discussion when there are divisive concepts like this brought forward in the context of a short period of time in a budget. Thank you.
I would remind us all that this is only step one in the budget. This will go again to the Senate, and then the governor will have her say at the last. And it also has not been passed by the House yet, or the Senate. So there are several things that are going to happen before this is finally done. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the motivation behind this bill, and I just thought I'd tell my colleagues that I would prefer a serious retain on this bill because of the things that I think I've heard and I've heard said in previous budgets, that we should not use the HB2 process as an end run around policy committees. And I do think this is a substantial policy that's worth a full and proper hearing. And for those reasons, I think I may be bucking a trend, but I can't vote to pass this. I could vote to support a real retain.
At this point in the budget, I don't know what good it would do to retain. Normally, we retain it to talk at the divisions of what we will put in the budget. It's a little late, I think, to retain it. I think we either. All right. So is the motion to retain?
This is not a bill.
I guess I would defer to Representative Sweeney.
My motion was to adopt Amendment 1467H. It was seconded by Representative Nalavenko. I'd like to have a vote on adopting the amendment to HB2.
So the motion I accept before us is to adopt. I can't move on to another one before we dispose of that bill or that proposal. So further discussion before we move on to the vote. Representative Roy.
Could I simply ask, when DEI was put into place back 4 years ago, 5 years ago, however long it was, did it come through this committee? Did it come through at all? Did we have a House vote or anything?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Just clarification, if Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting. It's not a thing in terms of like an official state policy. So I just want to correct that statement that it didn't come through this committee. It's not a state policy. It's not a, yeah.
Representative Popovici-Muller.
I will agree with my colleague that this will no longer be a state policy after we finish adopting this.
Well, we can look at examples of the university and the community college and some of the contractors they deal with to know that it is a policy adopted by some state agencies which we fund. So it is appropriate according to the speaker. It is germane. Further discussion. Are we ready for the vote? Clerk will call the roll. The motion is to adopt Amendment 1467H.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
No.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Popovici-Muller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
No.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nelvanko.
Yes.
Representative Walner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Telersky.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
Respectfully, no.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It is 12 to 13.
Motion fails. No, it's 12 to 13. Motion's not adopted.
Mr. Chair, I know this isn't like an official thing that this committee should do, but I would recommend that it's a pretty solid bill, and we ought to get it in the hands of a policy committee so that we could have a proper public discussion on it. I think those who are in favor of the bill will prevail, but I do think that there's a process here, and that's my comment.
Representative Rung.
I thought this was an amendment. So would it have to wait until the LSR, opportunities to file LSRs come about again?
It would have to wait till the next filing period if someone wanted to file a bill. Representative McGuire.
That's not quite true. Any committee can have a non-germane hearing on a non-germane amendment, and that would be a public hearing and so on, right? So an appropriate Senate bill could be available in some committee, and this could be have a hearing and so on.
Okay, anything further on the budget at this time? Division 1, 2, 3, speak up if there's something we've overlooked.
All of Division 3, it's only,
All right.
but it's only about half the budget.
All right, about Division 3, have you made a motion to adopt?
We need to do our dog and pony.
All right, let's get busy.
Should I move all the changes to divisions?
I'll take a motion to approve.
Seemed like we've been here so long, I thought we were done. Thank you.
It does feel like it's the end of the day, but we are not close. You know, long, you know this one. Oh, sorry.
So regular Asian students are being discriminated against in getting into college. They have better test scores, right? I mean, this is classical.
Should have brought that up.
I can't get started until my right seat right is here. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I'd like to present the work of Division 3 here in the next, hopefully it'll just be a couple hours or less. The result of this, I think, is probably more agreement than disagreement, but I think there'll be an opportunity for us to hit some points in which we disagree. The challenge that we were confronted with from the outset was, as you all know, the governor's budget relied on revenue numbers greater than ours. And so by the time it got to Division 3 and the reality set in, it seemed pretty clear that we needed to find a way to to squeeze the budget down to where we had about a $290 million problem. And so what we tried to do was we tried to take a look at our major priorities, which are the direct care. And from my perspective, we don't have a bigger obligation in DHHS than to take care of the people who hold beds at Glencliff, at the New Hampshire Hospital, at the Veterans Hospital. We just spun off Hampstead Hospital, but we're still responsible for them even though they don't show up in our budget. And of course, the Youth Development Center. So these are places where the lives of real humans are sitting in our beds, and we are the only ones with an obligation to be able to take care of them. And so between taking a lot of the direct care basically off the table and seeing that our revenue number was severely crippled, we began to look at a very narrow center, and even within that narrow center, even though they're not in our beds, we have the whole disabled, developmentally disabled community, and as you know, we have a fairly significant community mental health problem. So even within sort of the what you may want to call a discretionary area, there were some intrinsic priorities even within that. And so when you start to take away your options, what we were left with was to take a look at those items that had the most clear-cut case of being an indirect item for which there's a good story on why we should be doing it. And in past budgets, that story was good enough to get items funded that we could not fund this time. And so we have a departure of past practice in Division 3 because we've said no to a lot of things. We've said yes prior, but now we're saying no to several things. So in your set of packets, I would refer you to 4 items, and we'll try to go through these deliberatively. But the first one is sort of a single pager. It's labeled Division 3, all budget actions related to HB1 and HB2. The value of this document is if you start by going down just the column, the general column, what you'll see is that our House Bill 1 totals in FY26 are just about $50 million. We'll back that up with some detailed spreadsheets, but that's a summary. The next phase of this is 5 transactions here where we have made an attempt to find more revenue. The first rule of resource management is you have to acquire resources. So beyond what we had in the Ways and Means estimate, we tried to find some ways to where we could be a little bit more optimistic or more creative with our resources. So the first item up was we went to the Governor's Commission for alcohol and other drug misuse, and we transferred over from the Opioid Abatement Trust Fund an amount of $10,700,000. We did that. I'm going to primarily talk about the first year, knowing that the second year is there, but for some reason my head really only just works with 1 year at a time. But the rest of the numbers are there for you to look at. So I'm going down 76. So we're taking money from the Opioid Abatement Fund to fund the Governor's Commission. Why are we doing that? Because we're also trying to take the Governor's Commission money historically has come from the liquor fund at about 5% of liquor revenues. So we want to move that into the general funds and get the Governor's Commission in a future budget loop so that the legislature has a little bit more oversight into their plan for their money. Item 2, The liquor funds I just mentioned, that's the amount that will go into the general funds. So we're putting money into the general funds of 12.6 million in the first year. A lot of good work got done taking a look at enhanced Medicaid recoveries, and we funded, and you'll see it in an HB1, we funded the department's proposal that if they had more manpower to invest into Medicaid recoveries, and this is of estates and things like that, that they could pay for themselves. So they made a little micro business case that with us spending more money in the state at the state level, we could be bringing in additional revenues, and that's what that represents. There's a house that was donated by someone that Representative Wallner knew well, the Alice Terrell, and that house has been on loan to the city. So the building is currently being used, I think, for some sort of transitional kind of housing, but it's a state asset for which the city's using. And because we're talking about needing to raise revenue, the proposal is that we go ahead and liquidate the Terrell house, giving the city and the county first dibs on making an offer. The property, if you look at it, you could go, oh, that's a $700,000 house. But the issue is it's got asbestos and lead paint in it. And so whoever buys it is going to probably ought to remediate it. So we try to be very conservative and just say there would be a $300,000 gain in the first year. The next item down is the Philbrook Center. That is on the DHHS campus. It's in the bottom left-hand corner. I don't know how that maps into sort of the compass directions, but as I look at a map, it feels to me like it's the southeast corner. What this proposal would do would be to have the state begin to rezone around it because it's at the corner of the lot and can be subdivided fairly cleanly, and to put it on the market so that we could use the cash in the second year in FY27. That's that $5 million. The property value has been estimated to be $7 million, but again, I'm just trying to be conservative. So I don't want to have a situation where our expenses exceed optimistic revenues, so we put $5 million there. We looked at other things too that are not on here, and just so you know, like the Sununu Center, we looked at that. That's an $80 million property. If we could start to get some cash from that, but we can't until we move the kids out of there, and the DAS has an opportunity to put it on the market, and so the amount of time that that's going to take is going to take us into the next budget year. So rather than taking that sale and trying to just artificially jam it into this budget, we just accepted we can't get at it. The governor's team at the DOJ, at DAS, the Treasury Department, and the department looked at our ability to do the equivalent. It's not the same thing, but just because we're talking and people relate to this, the equivalent of a home equity loan against the property. So we could try to get some cash now into this budget year, but because of bonding issues, that was taken off the table. There was also some discussion that the Hampstead property that we have is larger than what it needs to be, and that there's a possibility that we could be working with Hampstead in the coming budget year to determine whether or not there's some sort of a transitional sale to the locals, whether that be building developers, housing developers, or the town. I can't forecast that. That may be $1 million that we could grab in the next budget cycle, but not this one. So again, the point there is we didn't just get complacent with looking at the Ways and Means budget. We really tried to find additional resources because we have so many great opportunities to invest in our people in this state that having the resources would be a good and positive thing. So we went out looking for it. Now, the next item down is in the surplus statement. I'm wondering, I probably ought to, at this point, jump into the longer sheet. Does that sound? Oh, they aren't? Okay, so no, I'm going to stay where we're at. The first item up was we looked at the general fund appropriation for the granted advantage. This now assumes revenues that were newly imposed upon the granted advantage enrollees. And so in the general funds, we were expecting a $12.6 million bolus of funds and $1 million in the second year. And then number two, you may recall from an earlier conversation that the Prescription Drug Affordability Board made some recommendations around biologics similars, and that specifically Humira, they found another state that was pushing biologics, the Humira biologics as a substitute, and the calculation based on New Hampshire's data and using the example of the other state was that we could save on the order of $2.5 million. This was the item that I was asked about on whether or not we could do this without the PDAB. And I at this point, I think we can. What one might want to do with the PDAB, though, is to anticipate that every budget they may be coming up with these examples. That's sort of the bet that one would need to place. Item three, there exists the WIC Farmers Market Program. We found that we couldn't put money into it this year or this budget, but we didn't want to kill it. So we are effectively suspending it by removing the money, and I think there's an HB2 item that says suspend. When that happens, that frees up $560,000 of cash that has accumulated. So by suspending that program, the General Treasury receives a $560,000 plus up. The department was very good at saying that the governor's budget phase did not include some software for DocuSign. Most of you, if you've ever bought a house or something, you know what DocuSign is, and you can immediately know from your own experience how much more efficient remote signature of legal documents is than having to carry the document around. So they made a persuasive and easy case that if we invest in the DocuSign, that we're going to see a net of $478,000 coming into the general fund because they're able to reduce things like transportation and mostly manpower. So that struck us as a smart investment that it differs from the governor's budget. We took a look at reducing Medicaid rates across the board at 3%. This is controversial. This is us taking some money back from what we've provided in the past. There has been a history with Medicaid rates that we've underfunded for about a decade, the rate of inflation a little bit, and over a 10-year period, that gap was getting to be substantial. So Division 3 last year, because we had the budget, we took a 3% proposal from the governor, and we found 10% more to invest in critical areas of our system of care. The hospitals came forward and said, look, don't give us new Medicaid rates. We want the money to go out to the community so that there's a network. And so they put aside what would have probably been their claim on increased Medicaid rates, kind of for the good of the community, and there was a self-serving interest too. They can discharge people faster if there's a place to discharge them. So, but in any case, there's a 3% Medicaid reduction that's in here. That's worth $17.5 million in the first year, $35 million in the second year. We're going to recommend a delay in the MCO payments. So the managed care organizations get their payments monthly. in a 2-year budget, that's 24 months, boom, 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 boom. If we delay the payment of of those monthly payments by a few days, couple of weeks, that takes that 24th payment and shifts it into the next budget. So in this budget, it reflects a $25 million savings in the second year. And I'll admit up front, it's a little gimmicky, but when you take a look at the cuts that we've made, there's, I think, a values judgment here about, whether we can accept a little bit of a gimmicky finance proposal in order to free up the assets for this current budget cycle. So we've done that. And then the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, I'd like to defer talk on it because there's going to be a better line on this, but we wanted to allow them to carry over as much as 20,000 of their current budget into the next year, so that if they have delays in signing a vendor contract, that money would be available. They were expecting the vendor contract to be 60,000, so 20,000 would help them with about a third of it, and they'd have to eat the rest out of whatever we may budget in the coming cycle. So with that, if you go, did I skip HB? Oh, okay. So I skipped 6. Thank you, Madam Chair. 7. Do I hear an 8? No. So item 7 is the HB1 back of the budget. So if you take all of the things that we're going to go over here and what we're doing with this surplus sheet, it all comes down to that very bottom gray line on that's towards the center of the page, that effectively says 289 million and change. So we've been calling it 290, which was our obligation to the full Finance Committee, so that we could deliver a budget that does not exceed our revenue estimates. So that is that. So with that, I'd like to start going into details. And it looks like it's 6 pages, but it's really not. I'm going to foreshadow this and tell you that we're going to be done by the time we get through with page 4. So hang in there. Okay, on this first line item, in talking with many experts who do this kind of thing for a living, there was a belief that in this coming budget year, the Child Family Services could reduce the number of residential placements across the biennium, and by having a 10% reduction, that would result in a little bit over a $3 million budget reduction in the first year and 3.7 in the second year. The next line item, 3, this 1.9 million is if we eliminate a contract for the master licensed alcohol and drug counselors. We found those to be valuable and good things, but a little indirect in an era where we need to invest right directly up into patient care. Now, line item 4, Children and Family Services of 3 million and 3 million. This was a consequence of a move that Division 2 did, and I'm going to it's line 4 and line 5, and Mr. Ripple, could you talk to us about what you think Division 2 did and why Division 3 has this transaction, please?
Sure. As I think the committee heard yesterday, there were some actions taken in Division 2 relative to a swap between education trust funds and general funds that impacted $3 million per year of ETF funds that were budgeted in HHS. And they're found in this account 2958. So because of the actions taken in Division 2, Division 3 needed to do a swap of education trust funds for general funds. So it's shown here as a $3 million cost in general funds per year, but when the two actions are taken in tandem, it's essentially net neutral.
All right, line item 6, the Sununu Center. From the governor's budget, we reduced 10% of their ask in the first year and 15% of their ask in the second year. That's how you got those numbers of 1.9 and change and 2.9 and change. The Sununu Center line item represented a significant increase in historical funding, and it was believed by the Division III that we could impose these reductions without hurting what we're doing on the ground with our kids. And one of the complicating factors is in that second year, we're supposed to move out of the old nasty building and into the brand new state-of-the-art trauma-informed center over adjacent to the Hampstead Hospital. And so there'll be a little bit of transition costs and running things in parallel, but just, I think from their best estimates, just for a few weeks. So we do know the second year they're going to need a little bit more money, but that should be counterbalanced because they're supposed to be sharing services with Hampstead. So they have things that they could reduce in their current budget in their new location. Like, for example, they ought to be able to share laundry, supply and inventory and warehousing, meals. So we're pushing a shared services concept that has been in healthcare hospitals for like 30 years. And also they should use some telemedicine to make sure that they have overnight coverage that's adequate to the risk. Item 9, this was proposed by Representative Wallner and drew easy support. She basically has identified a place where the child workforce program, if they run short of funds, could draw up to $7.5 million of TANF money. That's all federal money. So it looks, yeah, no, that's what that is. It's $7.5 million, 15 for the biennium of going out and finding additional resources to take care of our citizens. Next item down, item 12, there's a contract for something called Project Walk, which is nearly $500,000 for the biennium. And in an era where direct care is the priority, this wasn't. So we are recommending a deletion. We had the smart people take another look at the Medicaid enhancement tax revenue and agree that we could reasonably expect like a 3% growth of that revenue each year. And so this $12.2 million in the first year represents an increase in receipts. The next line down is sort of, how do you describe those, Mr. Ripple? Line 14, 14 and 13 go together, but I just want to say debit on the left, credit on the right, but that's not appropriate.
Well, essentially, yes. If Medicaid enhancement tax revenue is coming in higher than originally anticipated, fewer general funds would be needed. So that increase of $12.2 million in MET in the first year would result in $12.2 million fewer in general funds being needed.
So this is a reduction on our requirement for general funds between the two. So similarly, on line 15, the smart people took a look at the drug rebate revenue that our Medicaid office manages, and based on historical trends, a perception was developed that it was a little understated in the governor's budget, and so we have tried to anticipate a more appropriate drug rebate level, which finds another $6 million of other funds, and basically reduces on line 16 our need for general funds as a result. The next line item is line item 17. I'm sort of excited about this, and I was happy that the Medicaid office was willing to accept this as something that the governor hadn't anticipated. but there's been kind of an evolution in the way you get dialysis. Instead of being sick and having somebody come get you and take you to a fancy clinic and have you do your dialysis and somebody else take you back to your home, all the expense of those things can be mitigated by a home-based version of dialysis. And so this is an emerging trend. And so the priority, so what we asked was that they incentivize and prioritize increased home dialysis, and that it would have a very conservative estimate of saving $50,000 in Medicaid money in the second year. The next line, 18 on the next page, is the counter to that. So it's a reduction in general funds on line 18, right?
Reduction in federal funds.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, you talk, because I just said it wrong.
This is the federal fund side of the same thing. It's assumed that there'd be 50,000 in savings in both general and federal in.
So we're saving the federal government money too. I'm sure everyone up there in DC will appreciate that. So on lines 19 and 20, this is the House bill that got through on a narrow margin, dealing with circumcision, and we figured that the first year there would be a $25,000 impact, $50,000 in the second year, $75,000 altogether. So we're claiming those savings. Line 23. These numbers, we've talked a little bit about this because there was a bill that we retained and said that the bill that we retained would have paid back some over collections by the state of county money in the first 6 months of the pandemic. Rather than giving it in two big blocks, we split it up into four of about 11.25 per biennium. There'll need to be another 11.25 in the next budget to finish this payment. 24 is the companion to that. Then county participation. We've had in state law, I think, at least two budgets that we would cap the amount of money that the county had to pay relative to their long-term nursing care. And last year, because we had extra money, we even suspended their 2%. So in the budget year where they were receiving the highest acceleration of inflation, we protected them completely. And so this year, because we have needs too, we're going to let the 2% do its thing, plus ask for a 1% premium for just this coming budget. It's written into HB2 in a way in which it's easy to see, and we don't have to do it in the next budget cycle unless that's the will of your Division 3 in Finance next budget cycle. But we wanted to write it in a way in which we didn't scare the counties that we were trying to kill the 2% cap forever. Going down to maternal health, it happens that the epidemiology contract is associated with the maternal child health line. If we take half of it, there's still money for their lab operations and for Merrimack work that they're doing, research work they're doing. So that's a savings of half of that spend. Item 30 and 31. This is one of those things, man. We funded this every year, but this year the division on a partisan basis narrowly decided that we would remove the funding for the family planning line. Now, this family planning line is meant to keep mostly women, but men too, free, get them diagnosed for STDs and get them treatment, and for the women, do all their women care of ultrasounds and IUDs and the like. But because even though that sounds very direct, what we believe to be the case is that there are alternatives to this care, or they could potentially help pay for this care. The family planning money made a zero cost option available to many people, and that zero cost option may go away unless the community steps forward and make contributions to these programs. To that end, we have an HB2 that will allow any entity to donate up to $250,000 to help DHHS. And so if somebody wants to be charitable and help us, we could accept their money, and we would all be a stronger community if we just shared with one another. Item 32, community collaboration. This is basically, this is the Choose Love, right? No, this is not Choose Love yet. What is this? It's 100,000 for the Department of Correction. Oh, this is simply the parental education program. So we would terminate that out of the Department of Corrections. That gets paid for by DHHS. So that would be $100,000 savings. The tobacco cessation program, we're eliminating that. We're removing the general funds anyways to save $607,000 a year. We think with the declining use of cigarettes that this maybe it's time to declare victory in smoking cessation and step back. I don't think there's anyone in society anymore that doesn't know that cigarettes are nasty and that nobody should smoke them. So we're going to quit reminding people by saving the $607,000. On 34, we're going to, okay, so up in the rural areas, we have a scholarship program that was worth up to $50,000 per person to help them pay for their college debt and care as a what's the word? In kind, they would, for the money that they were receiving, they were signing contracts that said that they would be there like for 5 years at least, and if they didn't leave, they would pay some prorated share back. So this had more money in it. What we chose to do was to fund everyone that's already in the program. So we have no broken promises, but we froze new enrollees for the budget cycle. So the program is still there and can always be funded if more money becomes available. And then item 37, this is kind of a big thing. Representative Stringham did some outstanding analysis, and he took a look at the reality of the budget lines and the reality of how Glencliff has survived in terms of keeping their census going the last couple budget years. And because there's been a shortfall in their ability to hire permanent nurses, they've been able to dip into that personnel line and fund contract per diem nurses. Well, this year, both the staffing and the contracts got set at a base level, so they don't have the flexibility that they've had in the past. Representative Stringham, I'm trying to brag on you, but if I understate it, correct me. Basically determined that we probably had at least a $2 million a year need there that the governor's budget didn't fulfill. So as we're going through all of these things, looking for money, this got to be a priority because we don't have a more needy population in the state than those at Glencliff. These are both developmentally disabled and they're mentally ill, and the people up there are the employees are isolated. So we need to fund this line, and it's underfunded even as it leaves us with more money than we're proposing than the governor did. But I want this flagged so that the Senate, if they get more money, can put more in there. We cut the Choose Love program. That was basically $500,000 for the biennium. Now we're on line 41 and 42. This is the governor's fund where we're taking out 10.7 million, but don't forget we brought that amount over for the opioid abatement, and this is money that's going to the general treasury to be used by Division 1 and Division 2. This is our contribution to the good of the whole. So that's 10.7 million in each year. That's reflected in line 41 and 42. There was a line that used to read something like the Manchester Safe Harbor or Safe Station Program for $256,000 a year. And what had happened under the previous mayor, the Safe Station Program went away. And so if nothing else, we had to go back and change the name because we would have given them money for something, a program that doesn't exist. And talking very closely with the mayor and reps from Manchester and the fire chief, what we agreed was they're using this to fund their fire department Squad 1 contract, which is a supplemental thing that's really doing a lot of work. But they didn't need the full 256, so we reduced it by 64,000. And I appreciate it, Mayor Rua. If you are hearing this, thank you for put something in the hat as I passed it to you. Line item 44. We talked about item 2 on the front page, and item 2. The long sheet. Okay, so this is related to item 2 in the long sheet, where we have child family services, and we have 3 lines there that should add up to this 2 million. Help me out, please.
This is, so line 44 is related to line 2. They both are reductions to residential placements. So there's funding for residential placements in multiple accounting units, at least 3 of them. The funds are being taken from these 2, and when those reductions are combined, they'll result in the equivalent of a 10% reduction for residential placements across all the accounting units in which they're found.
Thank you, Ms. Ripple. Item 45, just a budget cycle ago, we had a venerated senator who has since retired who had this idea of a peer-to-peer grief support program called Friends of Ani, and that was $200,000 a year. And in an era where we have to prioritize direct spending, this wasn't direct, so we cut it. Then on line 46, the community mental health program support. Historically, if you look at the spend in that area, the most they've ever spent is 31 million in a year. And the governor's budget came in at about 49 million for that line. So that looked to be an absolutely enormous increase in community mental health. Now, the department, out of fairness, will tell you that they're on track in the current budget year to spend over 31 million. So, and I think that they're on track to spend considerably more than that, maybe in the 40 to 42 million dollar range. But for this coming budget cycle, we needed to impose the prior high of 31 million, and that saved us almost 19 million in each of those 2 years. So we needed to save money, and that was a way to do that. Okay, so number 47 isn't about money, it's about a footnote. The footnote clarifies that in the budget cycle of a youth shelter or a young adult shelter named Waypoint, and it's housed in Manchester, that there really was $500,000 that was meant to go to them, but it got lost in the shuffle. And this footnote clears that up. And thank you, Representative Woolner, for tracking that down and doing the verification. I appreciate it. Item 50. Okay, we have a law in the books that says that the developmental disability wait list is the department is to recommend full funding of it, and that full funding is nevertheless an estimate. So what we did was we reduced the funding associated with the wait list, but since we're dealing with estimates, we don't know what the real impact is. We're just going with a lower estimate. Now, there's a safety net here that if that wait list becomes unfunded, that they can go to fiscal committee and have funds reallocated to support that wait list. So we're not turning our back on it. We're going with a lower estimate, and we're giving them recourse should it not be sufficient. Now, 54, this is the smallest number you've seen on this sheet, this $5,000. But the purpose of that is similar to the Glencliff conversation. The New Hampshire hospital also is a kind of woefully underfunded from a personnel perspective. If we could, they would take another 4.2 million from us and just absorb it into their plan easily, right? We don't have that money, so we're putting this 5,000 on each of these 2 years just to signal to the Senate, hey, take a look at this line. If you guys come up with more money or a different approach to the budget, here's a priority that we want to flag for you. So that $5,000 isn't meant to be money as much as it's meant to be a signal that some more work needs to be done there. Item 55, I'm going to call this the Tulerski mold amendment. They needed about $93,000 to do maintenance on the second year of a new building, and her point is valid that we shouldn't not fund it because mold and stuff is bad. So we put a little bit of money there again as a signal. Now, next page. We're in the final sprint here. Row 58.
You take a question?
Not yet, please, not yet. Soon. Okay, line 58 through 60. So the next three lines are all basically involved in the same thing, that if the department made a case that if we had more people working the Medicaid recovery, that we would gain additional revenue well above the amount that we would spend. And so you can actually see that in this footnote in the comments, that if we invest in $80,000 essentially of personnel in the first year, that they could begin a process, and they believe that they have collections of about $350,000 against the states. When you go into the Medicaid program, you're supposed to zero down your assets, but some estates end up having houses and stuff. This would basically allow the state to make the legal claim on the assets that should have been made available while the person was alive and using the facilities. And then the second year, it's for about $166,000. They believe that they could get $700,000. So we booked into our surplus statement those savings, but this is showing the expense here. I'm going to skip line 61, save that for last. That's the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. Line items 62 to 64. This is the money that it costs to fund the DocuSign project that I showed you the revenues earlier. So those revenues are in excess of these expenses, and so from a little micro business case, it made sense. So that takes me through all of our detail changes in HB1, except for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I wanted to come back to this because we voted earlier to retain the bill. And if we retain that bill, then what's left to determine is what to do with the amount of money that we've allocated to fund it in the coming year. And there was some discussion going on there that I said, let's hold off on the discussion and bring it back when the HB1 item is brought up. And so Mr. Chair, with your permission, could you guide us through a conversation on line item 61? I think people should know the governor's budget in 26 had about 256,000, and in the second year, 27, it had about 267,000. So it's over $500,000 for the biennium, and we reduced it in cooperation with the chair of the PDAB. He said that they could do with less. So we snipped it down from the 256 by 20. We snipped it from 267 by 29 in those 2 years. And then he had mentioned that he had this contract that he couldn't tell if he was going to complete in time that was worth $60,000. So at this point, I think I've teed up the issue. Do we want to fund the PDAB? This funds it.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the reason I voted the other way when we had the vote is what I heard from your story and explanation about PDAB is this is a board that's been funded for 4 years, has not performed over 4 years. All of a sudden, at the end, when it looks like the funding has gone away, they've ramped up some activities and made some promises. But it's also something that the ED&A committee studied in a bill and came to the conclusion that it should go away. So they've already had the hearings, they've already made that decision. And so I think what we did in Division 1 was we got rid of some of these kind of small boards, that even some that were nominally performing, but they were performing at a level that was too expensive for the value. Here's something that wasn't even performing, and yet we want to keep it based on a story. So to me, it doesn't rise to the level of that it should be funded.
Further, Representative Munns. Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, we had some of the discussion earlier about the value of this funding, which again, the point I brought up then was this is not the funding for the board. This is the funding for support within the department to that board. So even eliminating the line doesn't kill the board. We retain that bill, but eliminating the line would eliminate some of the department, some or all of the department support for it.
If I could, I'd say that's like 90% precise. The only distinction I would make is that the support that the board gets is from an executive director who reports and serves at the pleasure of the board. It's not a departmental asset, it's an asset of the board. But
Thank you
everything
for
else you
correcting
said is correct.
And if I can follow up, I also go back to how you started this presentation about how we wanted to make our primary concern the direct care. And you talked for a bit about the Glencliff situation. Even with the money that we have put back into that, my understanding is that they will need to be reducing the census to make do with the amount of money that they've been funded. I think during our discussion that may have been an inadvertent cut on the part of the governor, who didn't realize that she was hitting both possible sources that the home had been using to maintain their census. So I would offer maybe an appropriate, better use of the funding that we've used to support PDAB might be to go to help patch that hole in the Glencliff budget.
Further from the committee. Representative Telersky.
I know that there's a amendment in the House Bill 2 packet that relates to this, so I don't know if we delay, if we get to that, we will have a more clear view of what the intention is, because there is so much to Division Three's numbers than just this one line item.
Further comments? All right. Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that the executive director for the PDAB board just started to be employed or working just in 2025.
No.
I mean, 2024. Is that correct?
He was interviewed and hired approximately October of, I got to do my math, 23. So it's been well over a year. It's
Okay.
about a year and a half.
Okay.
But I think if they were here, they would say it's almost like it was just yesterday. But it has been a year and a half.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Chair, I am so conflicted on this, and I could see if somebody wanted to make a motion to remove funding from the PDAB line and to move the funds made available by that line, move that over to the Glencliff personnel line. I could see the case that is a higher and better use of scarce resources.
How did your committee vote on this PDAB? Your division?
We voted to retain the repeal of the PDAB, and then we voted to put funding at a lower level than requested by the board into the HB1. Go ahead, my vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add to that decision came after considerable discussion and consideration and witness testimony. Thank you.
Representative Seaworth.
At the suggestion of my chair, I will make that motion and use it as a discussion to find out the will of the board in terms of the money. So my motion would be to zero out that line represented on 61 and transfer the savings to line number 37 on this change sheet.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative McGuire seconds it. Is there further discussion? Representative Telersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just will say again, we have spent, as Representative Mooney said, more time than I can possibly communicate to you on this issue. We found a way to compromise on the path forward, to dig deeply into where there could be savings that this board could identify. And I implore you to vote no on this motion that was just made so we can get on and dig into the rest of Division Three's work. Thank you.
Further discussion? Can we see a show of hands to see how many would vote yes on the proposal by Representative Seaworth? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. How many would vote no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like 11 to 9, and I didn't
Should
vote.
we roll call?
If that's your wish.
I think we should roll call it just to make sure that the record is clear. I think there are a lot of vested interests that want to know where we are.
All right.
Could someone clarify where we're moving the money to? What line?
31. From line 61 to line 31.
Okay. So 61 and 39 describe the two actions at the macro level, but the actual line items in the budget have different amounts in them. So what the motion needs to be is a little bit more general, that the monies being described on line 61 of this detailed change list would be zeroed out and would benefit then line item 37 on this change list. It would be a plus up. I think the effect of that is that instead of $250,000 a year for Glen Cliff, we'd be closer to 500,000 a year for Glen Cliff.
All right, is the position clear? Further discussion from the committee? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to move the money. Yes means you take the money away from PDAB and give it to Glen Cliff. No means you would not do that action. Clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
No.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Papavici Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Ebel,
No.
Representative Telersky,
No.
Representative Hacken Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler. Chair Weiler?
Yes.
So there are 1, 2,
13 to
3,
11.
4, 5, 6,
14?
7, 8,
14 to
9,
11?
10, 11. 14 to 11.
All right.
To move?
Shall I continue?
Yes.
There's still more for those of you. Okay, so the next one is kind of this third one with some blue lines. And this is a technical change at the request of the department to clean up the accounting, the bookkeeping, so that we start the budget year with the right money in the right place. And so the CHIP premiums, I think, were understated by 3.3 million in the first year and 11 million in the second year. And so we're trying to just correct that. I don't believe this is a change in net positive surplus or deficit, but I'll defer to Mr. Ripple to clean up my remarks.
That's correct. There's no net change. The increase in revenue is the same as the increase in expenditures. Essentially what happened is the governor assumed premium revenue for the children's health insurance program. But when preparing her budget, decreased general funds and related appropriations by the amount of that revenue. So 3.3 million in the first year and 11 million in the second. So the departments requested that both the revenue and the expenditure side of that be added back.
Question?
I need a motion.
Representative Telersky.
I just wanted to comment. We were brought this earlier this morning, the Division 3 members, and while I don't agree with the policy that this applies to, I do understand that this is a necessary correction to the numbers in House Bill 1, so I'll be voting yes. And I will, if I'm recognized to make a motion, would make a motion to accept this.
And I'll second.
Motion is accepted and it's seconded.
This could probably just be a show of hands.
All right, to adopt this page as shown. All in favor, raise your hands. Hands down. Anyone opposed? It is adopted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, so now we're on the last chunk of paperwork. These are really a summary list of the HB2 items. I think most of these, I think all of them at this point, should have been available to all of Division 3 and also available to the full committee had you wanted to look. So The first item up is called DHHS back of the budget reduction. This is a bill that we've done several times, and the only issue is making sure the dates are right and making sure that the dollar amount is right. And I'm assured that the proper calculation figures out that we need this to be a $23 and $23 million back of the budget reduction for each year, so that we keep total. It's not just Division 3. This is sort of the shock absorber of the whole Finance Committee. So we have to do that so that we can bring a finance budget under revenue projections. The next one down, section 94, 95, the Wicks Farmer Market Nutrition Program. We talked about that in the HB1 item. It just suspends the Wicks Farmer Program. The public seemed to be happy, not happy, nobody's happy about any of this, but accepted that we're in a tight frame and it's good that we're not killing it, we're just suspending it. Item 96 is the gifts accepted by the DHHS commissioner. This came in asking us to let the commissioner receive $1,000 without going to the executive council. We raised that to $250,000. One of the hopes is we have this project out. It's this Nunu Center. We need to find $1 million to build a corridor so that we can actually share services. So there's a little bit of hope that we might be able to do some fundraising in that area. Section 106, access to court-appointed counsel for children in dependency proceedings. This is something I think that the Office of Child Advocate had been in favor of, and others in the community of advocates. The belief is that we spend so much money sending kids out of state that if we could get them due process and representation in the front end of that before they get placed, that we could actually end up caring for them and closer to home and at less cost. So this amendment allows them to get some counsel, I think 3, and the idea is that the state's going to end up doing better care and saving some money. The Section 185 cap on the county long-term expenditures, I talked about that in the HB1. We're going to allow that to go back to 2%, and that amendment also has, for this budget only, an additional 1 percentage point premium. The net between what we're giving them back in their deferred payments on the withhold for Medicaid payments to the county, plus this expense, they're still making money. So these two things in coordination with each other do not raise property taxes. The new item, reimbursing counties for the enhanced federal match. That was the actual amendment to do the 22 million per budget, right? Yeah, and then the next one, revising granted advantage funding mechanisms. I think this was a technical correction that was worked out with the Medicaid office of the department, so that the language that we had in the governor's, I think it was a governor's budget, actually the language worked better for how they needed to implement it. So we supported the department with that. The next one, repealing the liquor transfer to the alcohol fund. This is set up on an automatic basis where they get 5%. We're going to repeal that automatic 5% to the governor's commission and have it redirected to the general fund. The next one down, appropriated opioid abatement trust to keep the governor's commission on alcohol and other drug misuse whole. We're going to take money from the opioid abatement which is also meant to do things like prevention, treatment, and recovery, and have the Governor's Commission get that. That still leaves them with money. That still leaves them with their existing contracts funded. The next one down, prioritizing use of opioid abatement trust funds. That's number 4. That's page 14 of the packet. And for some reason, I'm forgetting what this particular one did. Oh, this is in order to make sure that the money is available to transfer to the Governor's Commission. This amendment says any contract entered into after May 1st can be canceled. So if we pass this and it looks like it's faring well in the Senate, then I expect administrative issues will step in so that we don't have a lot of contracts to terminate that sign after 1 May. So that all has to be done compliant with our law, though. Requiring the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs to itemize spending. Okay, because the Governor's Commission has received money from us, from the legislature, we're allowing them to have their 5% of the liquor fund. They've taken that money and with a great group of stakeholders have figured out how they want to spend it. They don't come back to the legislature when it's time for them to say, okay, this is our spending plan. They just take each individual contract to the general counsel to approve or disapprove. That takes the legislature out of a more traditional position of exercising the power of the purse and review. So this is the beginning of saying, okay, 2 years from now, we expect that the Governor's Commission will be something like, the PDAB or the Veterans Home. It'll come in separate to probably Division 3. So we're letting them know that their annual report, where they keep track of all that stuff, is going to be part of their testimony in 22 months. The next item down, incorporating HB 73. This was a bill that passed very strongly in the House, went over the Senate, passed unanimously out of a committee, and so it's part of HB 2, word for word with what's in the Senate. The Senate hasn't amended it. The next one down, repealing the volunteer grant program, the senior volunteer grant program. I'm forgetting the history of this, but this has had some issues. The foster grandparent program, this has had issues being funded in the past, and so this is just accepting that we haven't been funding it even in a more resource rich environment. The next one down, you all have debated this as part of, I think it was HB 74. And before that, it was whatever bill Representative Wallner had brought in. But the amendment basically for the rest of this budget directs, or the coming budget, for the coming budget, that as part of the contract work, the gold plate of stuff that gets put into the contract clauses, that compliance with the Patient's Bill of Rights is expected. It's New Hampshire law, not controversial. It was attached to House Bill 71. Thank you. The next one, accelerating implementation of home dialysis. I talked about that as having an HB1 effect of $50,000 in the second year. Incorporating the circumcision coverage, HB 94. We talked about that. That was 25 in the first year, 50 in the second. The next one down, relative to Medicaid outpatient procedure incentive program. This is an initiative that I think the department played a pretty big role in, and the idea is to allow flexibility in Medicaid so that there would be mechanisms that would have certain high-cost outpatient procedures monitored so that patients would know if you need, say, that expensive MR, you don't need to go to the hospital where it's 6 times more expensive. You could go to an outpatient one instead. the Medicaid office would basically help and they wouldn't be mandated to go get the less expensive care, but they could get a financial incentive to do it. So it's a win-win deal for the state and the patient, and the office will make sure that the alternative care location is of quality. The next one down talks about the Medicaid adult dental benefit. I think you've heard about this before, that we're using Centene money. It's money that we got in a settlement to fund the initial budgets of the adult dental Medicaid program. And so the expectation is at some point in the next budget, they're going to be running out of that Centene money and they're going to need general funds. And so for Division 3 to make an informed decision next budget cycle, we're telling DHHS we need to see your clinical and financial research to validate that when we spend money on dental care, we're saving money downstream on hospitalization and the like. The next one is the revising the statute on the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. This is on page 31. I just got to look at it to get my head straight. Okay, so this, wait a second, wait. This amendment is policy, not money, right? It's just policy. We're not terminating the PDAB. So I think the argument is, since we're keeping the policy without funding, that this should still go in effect so that the PDAB operates properly. So I would, does that sound right?
It does. I think section 6 is the only one with the monetary impact.
Oh, so Mr. Ripple's right on page 2. There is a monetary impact, and that's of the having the $20,000 that would be set to lapse this year roll into their budget cycle, and frankly, I'd be tempted just to leave that alone, since we're zeroing it out. If they can continue to use the existing budget, that's how I would view that. So I would recommend that we accept, when the vote comes, 1279 hotel without change. Incorporating HB 117 relative to substitution of biological products. You've heard me talk about biosimilars and Humira, and how that was had the PDAB reposition that autonomous bill as something that they could claim credit for, and that bill proceeded without any reference to the PDAB, and is kind of a standalone. And so we want to keep that substitution bill in place so that we can still get whatever value, the 2.5 million estimate, in the next budget. The next one down, relative to standing orders for medications and medical services. It feels like we talked about this in public, but this is when Dr. Ballard, the chief medical officer for Medicaid, came in to us. And initially, from the governor's office, this was a standing order that would support Medicaid, so that a patient could have a standing order to go, and much like they get an over-the-counter drug, just go directly to the pharmacy to get their drug. And that saves time and money, because you're skipping a medical appointment, and oftentimes those would be offered at a lower cost at the pharmacy. So the brilliant thing I think that we did here, and I'll call it brilliant, was we asked Dr. Ballard to go coordinate with the Department of Insurance, so that the Department of Insurance was basically greenlighting us to say that the standing order rule could be used for commercial insurance as well. Now, we didn't mandate anything that the insurance company did, but we just told the payers that if you wanted to take advantage of this Medicaid standing order, you're free to do so. So it was enabling legislation from the commercial perspective. I do say that was brilliant. And the work on it was brilliant because that was Dr. Ballard, Mr. Lippman, and Commissioner Ballancourt. So I appreciate their work. The Ballancourt, DJ. So the next one down, this is, I think we should just flip to it, 1328 on page 36. And earlier I talked about this and I misspoke. I think this amendment is good to go as is. It does 4 things. It renames Office of Health Equity to Office of Health Access because that was really always their mission. And the word equity has gotten to be politically charged, and I don't like the department having to deal with politics. So I want to change that to Health Access. That's been coordinated with the commissioner, and she's okay with it. The executive order being referred to in the next part is the governor's order basically freezing hiring in this office. They had 9 employees, 4 of them were vacant, and so she froze hiring for those 4, and this would continue that through the biennium, the governor's freeze. And then while hearing all the concern about DEI, this took a slightly different approach. We went back to the divisive concepts language that the House has debated previously, and we say instead of mentioning DEI at all, we say what we think all of us want to agree to, I believe, is that furthermore, the Office of Health Access shall serve every person with equal dignity and respect. Okay, that's not about the outcome. That's just about understanding each individual's need as they come to the department. The office shall not contract with or pay vendors who fail to serve every person with equal dignity and respect. And then finally, of course, we say that everyone needs to comply with New Hampshire law on civil rights. Our civil rights law is meant to protect every individual from undue discrimination. So we want to emphasize that we are a state that loves every individual. So that's what that bill does. I hope you'll accept that. Requiring DHHS and its contractors to treat each, I thought I just did that. Oh, I know. We're going to line through this because I think, you put this one together because I said pull out the EO.
No, so the previous amendment applied only to the newly renamed Office of Health Access. This one would apply to the entire department.
Oh, the entire department. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So we want 1277 as well to apply to the entire department and not just the Office of Health Access. Okay, we talked about the next one on page 2. The first one, suspending new enrollment in the state loan repayment program just for the biennium. That can be fired back up if money is found. This amendment, the second one down, allowing the use of general funds to support activities and infrastructure at the Sununu Replacement Center. All of the new construction money was mandated by law to come out of federal funds, specifically ARPA, and the department, in talking to me, said that they had an issue if they wanted to fund a corridor that would connect Hampstead Hospital to the Sununu Center so that they could actually share services, that they would only be able to build that under their current interpretation if they had more ARPA money. So what we did at the commissioner's request was to just say that general funds could be permitted if the task was to integrate infrastructure and operations between the two facilities, which is a different thing than the operation of the Sununu Center itself. There's no money for it. It's just a legal authority to give them flexibility if money or donations might be found. It also suggests that they go find a permanent name. The Sununu Youth Development Center will be no more. It'll just be called the Youth Development Center, and it's possible that somebody might want to have it named after them or a loved one. Relative to licensing of healthcare facilities, was this the McLean one that were we talking about? What was 40?
The 15-mile radius if you want to establish a health facility.
I think this was a bill
Did-
from Representative
Um,
McLean.
pardon me, who's speaking?
Dan.
Yeah.
So I think this might have been a bill from Representative McLean, yes?
Yeah, and we voted on a couple of them when he was in before us, and on at least one occasion, if not both, we thought it wasn't ripe for, not this one. So we like this one. Okay, we like that one. So we're still dealing with whether or not we're a certificate of need state. And so this is another approach to basically create more flexibility than what's in our current law that prohibits similar facilities within like 15-mile radiuses. Requiring, the next one, requiring statewide or local termination of the Medicaid to Schools program. Look, everyone that came to testify to us withstood the same questions. Is parental choice recognized in the Medicaid to Schools program? Every single time it was yes, absolutely, and they would explain how the parental notification is being done. But given all the changes at the federal level and given the changes that can happen in future law, what this amendment says, okay, we believe you, we'll let you go ahead with the Medicaid to Schools program as long as parental consent is continued. If for some reason the feds or somebody removes the parental consent requirement, then that shuts down schools to Medicaid. So I don't think that'll ever happen because people would look at the law and say, oh, no, we got to maintain parental consent, even if we have the ability to do away with it. So this is not money. This is sort of like what we did with the Granted Advantage program, where we said if it dipped below 10%, if they dipped below 90% of what they paid us, that it would automatically begin termination of that program. So this is sort of similar in concept, but different. So we extended the lapse date for funds appropriated to the Recovery Friendly Workplace initiatives. We thought these were good programs and just thought any unspent money should roll over for them to continue. The next one, extending lapse date for funds appropriated for recreational and socialization services, allowing a newly created recreational services special fund to operate as a charity for purpose of receiving gaming revenue. So this is Representative Stringham following the principle that the first rule of resource management is to acquire resources. So one of the things he did was in these DD programs where they need money for adult recreation and socialization is a kind of a new add-on this term, that a way that they can get money is by using our charitable gaming laws to go earn some money for themselves. So that's what that is. I recommend we keep that. This is the next one, DHHS to seek maximum Title 4E funds. I think this was a Representative Wallner's idea. I think I'm attributing that properly, but there's a recognition that we may be leaving Title 4E funds, federal funds, on the table, and that we want them to go back and take a look at that to try to get us more. The next one down, report on funds expended on employment-related child care and utilize available TANF reserve funds to avoid the child care wait list. I think this is, again, Representative Wallner's initiative, trying to protect child care assets and using the federal TANF money where they can be made available. Now, if you don't know about TANF, we've been getting a pretty decent chunk of money every year to go into a reserve, and the amount that we've been getting has been coming in faster than the rate at which we were spending it. So at this point, we have a pretty substantial surplus in TANF, and I want to say it was on the order of 31 million. It could be greater. What, 62 million? What? It's a pretty big reserve. So even if we do these, we're not going to diminish it or deplete it rather in this budget. So those were safe. So this is the next one is the HB2 required to implement what we talked about earlier, which was reducing the Medicaid provider rates by 3%. This is something I don't want to do, but we're short of money, and I hope that the Senate picks up on it and figures out something smarter. The next one down, delaying the June MCO capitation payments. I mentioned that earlier. That's just basically right shifting that 24th payment in the biennium into the new budget year. Then I told you about selling the Terrell House, the Philbrook Center, and I mentioned that we were going to ask the department to start looking at the Hampstead properties so that we may have some resources available next budget cycle. It's not going to help us this budget cycle. So with that, sir, we're all the way through all of the Division 3 HB1 and HB2 issues.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my questions. They're all spreadsheet kind of questions, starting with the small one. And first of all, I was a member of Division 3 twice, admittedly 10 and 12 years ago, but I really want to compliment you with line 1 of the small spreadsheet, because in my mind, it would be almost impossible to have that much savings of general funds and affect federal funds so little. And so I think line 1 looks terrific to me.
So for full disclosure, though, I don't want you to make an assumption just because those numbers are next to each other. There isn't a strong correlation between the first number and the general funds and the second number, the federal funds. Those federal funds are accumulated by a ton of other activities in here to find federal funds. So,
okay.
But I'll still take your compliment.
Okay. All right. Next, lines 1 and 2 of the revenue adjustments. I'm concerned that there may be double counting, and I'm hoping that Ms. Rollins and Mr. Ripple and Mr. Kane get together tomorrow and make sure that these numbers are not also in Division 1 and that the surplus statement gets them right. So I'm concerned about that.
We have had that discussion internally, so we're not double counting these. We're taking one number for both divisions' actions.
Excellent. All right. And then on the big spreadsheet, I had a question on line 13. Because the comment says you're assuming 3% growth annually. So my question is, why is the fiscal year 27 number smaller than the 26 number, even though supposedly there's growth? Did the governor assume even more growth? Is that what happened?
I'll start this, and you can correct me. I think what this does is it took a look at the governor's budget, and after assuming the 3% growth, there was a different delta. It wasn't that the first year got multiplied by an additional 3%. It was that the governor's budgets were different in each year, and the 3% catch up just reflects different.
Thank you.
Close?
I think so, yes. The governor had already assumed significant growth in 27, so these numbers just get you to the equivalent of 3% and 3%.
Thank you.
Want to make a motion to adopt?
Thank you for the questions.
Maybe there's other questions.
Any further questions? Representative Seaworth, your light's on.
Oh.
Any further questions? Representative Hacken Phillips and then Representative Tularsky.
Thanks. I'm happy to defer my question to the member of the division. I was just looking at my email last night when I got home, and I recognized that the treasurer sent an email to us on March 31st, allowing us all, or notifying us all that our credit ratings by S&P, Moody's, and Fitch had all been reaffirmed for the AA+ or AA1 rating. For several reasons, but part of that assessment by those firms is by looking at our sound budgeting practices. So, looking through this description that you just shared with us, I just want to highlight three line items that I thought might have an effect on our future ratings. One, by looking at this first point of delaying our June 2027 MCO payments until the start of fiscal year 28. Two, by tapping into things like the opioid abatement trust fund, which are dedicated funds for for things that are not described in statute for permissible uses. And three, things like artificially lowering estimates, such as line 50 on the large spreadsheet for the developmental services, because we know there's a stopgap of the fiscal committee to, backfill whatever we actually need. So my question is, our, diversion of dedicated funds, are not paying our bills on time, and are artificially lowering our estimates for actual line item costs sound budgeting practices, and do you expect that will hurt our credit rating in the future here in the state of New Hampshire?
So let's back up and I'll tell you what I think I've heard the multiple treasurers say, different treasurers, but the same story, is that we don't actually know the factors and the methodologies that the bond rating institutions perform, other than to check in general that we are following generally sound financial practices. And the biggest thing that we do that has the most impact is that we are a state dedicated to making sure that when we get our revenue estimates from Ways and Means, that we come in and we spend less than that. That fiscal discipline is probably the biggest overall driver of where we end up. To your point about slipping a payment from the MCO capitation to the right a month, I think, I don't know. I was just a finance major. I've never worked for a bond rating company, but the way it seems to me is that $25 million relative to a budget. What's our budget? $6 million altogether? $6 billion? It's huge. 25 million is not material, I don't think. So I don't think, in the grand scheme of things, you rolled your eyes, but I think it's true that 25 million is not material in a $6 billion budget. That's the statement of my position on that. What were your other 2 points? 6.9 billion. 25 million is tiny. What were your other 2 points?
Using dedicated funds that don't have statutory permisses
So-
for funding other
So
line
you're
items.
challenging the legality of doing it, I think, is implied in what your question is. And so I've been asking for, 3 weeks or so to have the LBA go in and to make sure that we weren't tripping over some sort of barrier to transferring these monies. And to date, after asking the question a couple of times, I've not heard anyone say that taking the money that's meant to help one type of a treatment program and transferring it to another, that we don't have a problem with that. And then you can see that in some of the ways that the governor went in and used opioid abatement money. Like, for example, in this particular budget, she took $3.5 million of it to put into Granite Shield. And that, I think, is less connected to transferring it to the governor's commission than otherwise. What was the third point?
So my last concern is about the line item on your longer spreadsheet here, the line 50, the developmental services.
Right.
You explained that you were lowering the estimates because you knew there was a stopgap backfill by going to fiscal if you needed more money.
Yeah, so I would
this is an
explain to a
artificial
bond rater
reduction of
that
our
these are
actual cost.
estimates to begin with. And that one estimate is just another estimate. And so we're taking the department's estimate and we're coming in with a lower estimate. And we're doing so knowing that we're protecting the people who rely on these services. So you started by asking, are these issues material to our bond rating? And having talked about all three of them, I'd say probably not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all the work you did putting this together. I'd like to just talk to you a little bit about the DD system wait list. When the Bureau of Developmental Services puts their budget together for a new biennium, they go out to the area agencies and they ask the area agencies how many people are going to turn 21 in the next 2 years, because that's the people that are eligible for the wait list. Did the department tell you how many people are turning 21 over the next 2 years?
I think we did. The thing that we factored in as we looked at the estimate, the most significant thing is that for the DD community, we've had an ongoing issue with having providers able to bring them into receiving services. And so even on paper, when we say it's fully funded, it's actually a canard, because what the real number is how many people are using that dollar amount and then going and getting the services delivered. And because of the workforce shortage problem and other issues, maybe we've got some low reimbursement rates and there are no providers. But the biggest thing that justifies some delta between their estimate of a fully funded wait list and the Division 3 estimate is that we're factoring in there's probably a combination of workforce issues and low reimbursement issues that would drive down actual utilization. And rather than leave money on the table, let's take it now so that we can put more money into things like Glencliff.
There's only two ways that you can reduce the budget for the wait list. One is to reduce the number of people that you're going to cover, or two, reduce the amount of the budget that any one individual is going to get.
I'd
So
say
I guess
that's
what
false.
I'm
I just gave you two examples. I said that you could have work, and this is historically true. And Oversight's been asking for better wait list numbers for years now, is to tell us what the real wait list number is, not the fully funded number, because that's always 100%. We need to know lives of real people, and we can't reliably get that produced.
That's exactly my point. How many people are going to be affected by the cut in the budget that you've made? There are families that have children that are receiving services through the school system that on the day they turn 21 are literally dropped like a hot potato. Unless there's services available or money available to them through the wait list, those families are not going to get any services. So I guess my question is, what is the real world impact on those families? How many families are going to be left out in the cold?
I believe I've answered the real world. The real world is that we have historically seen that we have workforce issues and we have probable rate reimbursement issues that makes the supply of services somewhat limited, and therefore budget after budget, we're seeing some amount of money from between the work list and the actual spend that the gap is developing. And so rather than allowing that gap to be built into the budget, we're saying, no, we've got other priorities than having this money sit artificially to support this legislative arbitrary goal. So that's how we've gotten a lower estimate. And with great humility, we've recognized that our estimate may be as wrong as their estimate. And if our estimate is wrong, there needs to be a safety net so that the the clients that rely on this money are not left out in the cold, and we've done that. I think this is very responsible.
I guess the only thing that I would say in response to that is that it's not an arbitrary legislative target. It's in statute that all children who are diagnosed with a developmental disability must receive services on their 21st birthday. That is not an arbitrary target. What I would like to do is switch gears for a little bit and go to another issue that is related to this. The 3% cut in Medicaid rates. All that's going to do is make the problem that you've identified, that you've mentioned, worse. Because if agencies are not...
Please don't point your finger at me.
Sorry. My apologies. The 3% reduction in rates is going to just make the problem worse, because if the agencies don't have 3% less that they can pay to providers, then there are going to be fewer providers that are willing to provide services. And the problem's going to just get worse. So I don't know, I don't understand that rationale.
Well,
Right. I don't need all this back and forth. You're obviously upset with the thing. You keep coming up with new points. There are other people waiting to ask questions.
I think there's a question in there, though, Mr. Chairman,
Go
if
ahead
I
and answer
could address that. I don't say you're not wrong. I would say it if profanity was allowed in here, but it's a really bad idea. Okay, but it's a sufficiently good idea so that it's executable and we could realistically get the state budget down so that general funds stay under the Ways and Means estimate. Now, we are a part of a process. We're not the end of a process. My job in Division 3 was to understand how much money we had available, stay within it, and try to do it in a way in which we maintained direct services, that the commissioner had as much flexibility as possible to execute her mission, and come in below the revenue allowances that we had. And this budget does that. Do I like this budget? No, I don't like this budget. You can tell from my last two budgets. This is a horrible budget compared to the last two. But it's the budget that works in this environment, and that's the real world. This is operating in the real world.
All right, I have three other people in the queue waiting to ask questions, and this is the order I'll take them in. Representative Wallner, then Representative Tulersky, then Representative Murray. Representative Wallner is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. So when I look at the documents, the one thing that kind of bothers me about them, and I've brought this up a few times, is that we're not really reflecting on the documents the amount of federal funds that we will be losing. For instance, on the line 5, reduce Medicaid rate across board by 3%. Well, you're showing the general funds, and then there's a note, and then in very small print, there's a note about how we will be calculating how many federal funds we're losing. And I wanted to know if anyone has done those calculations yet. There's a number of other places in these documents that I think there probably are federal funds that will also be lost. And that means that for some, like in the DD community, every general fund dollar also brings in a federal dollar. So people are losing twice as much as we might see in these documents. So I wondered if how we're doing on the calculations of the federal dollars.
So I recall you asking that question, and the basic answer I got is the amount of information that we typically have at this time period in the budget process is consistent with what we're delivering now. That this is a general fund's first look. It doesn't look at the totality of the budget to include the implications on federal funds. That would be kind of a difficult chore to begin with, because as we know, different accounts have different and even within an account, you can have different programs within it. The reimbursable amounts, the amounts that the federal government will pay for what we contribute, plus our minimum level of effort, or minimum MOE. Anyways, our MOE gets buried in there too. So you're asking for a very complicated analysis pretty relatively early in the process. And with that, I'll let Mr. Ripple revise and extend my remarks.
I think where the impact on federal funds is known, for example, with respect to the developmental services reduction, we've included it here. But specifically when it comes to the two Medicaid items, the rate reduction of 3% and the delay in the MCO payments, we're not yet in a position to know the full impact of that on the federal funds, and I don't think the department would be able to give you a precise number either. It will be, with respect to the rate cut, for example, the federal fund loss will be at least 17.5 million, at least 35 million in the second year. But the total figure isn't knowable because the federal match rate for CHIP is different than standard Medicaid. The federal match rate for Granted Advantage is different than standard Medicaid. So we're not really able to calculate the effects of this at this time. The department will have to do that as the budget is implemented.
So I guess to making it clear to the public of what we are doing here, I hope that we'll get those into our documents. And what you just said was that we will anticipate on line 5, we would anticipate that there would be another $17.5 million loss of revenue from the federal government and another $35 million loss in 27.
Yes.
So can those start being put onto the document a little more clearly than the small language?
We can produce an estimate, but it will only be an estimate.
That would be helpful, I think.
I think the implicit question is timing also. When might there be a better estimate on a document?
I think we'd have to work with the department to generate a figure. So I'm not able to say with certainty that we'll be able to get those on within a specific time frame, but we will work on something.
Thank you.
All right, so the queue now is Tulersky, Murray, Rung, and then Stringham. Representative Tulersky.
Thank you. Before I get to my comment, I wanted to answer Representative Munns when he asked if we heard how many children would be affected in the coming biennium on the wait list. We were told that the answer is 278 people are projected to enter the system and need services aging into the program. And in addition to that, it's any people who are needing new or additional services will also be added. So that's to answer the question that you had. But I want to talk quickly about on page 2 on the HB1 sheet, 2 different items on here because Chairman Edwards made a comment about a program that I've been advocating for, the family planning line. It seems to me that there has been a lot of attention on this due to an unfounded mistruth that this line funds abortions in some way, and that's been debunked over and over and over again. We talked a little bit about the services that they do provide, particularly in underserved areas, medically underserved areas, such as Coos County. When we were digging into this more deeply, I actually asked that question, which Representative Edwards just answered, though, about he said that they can go to other alternatives for this service. They can just pay a doctor and go to. We're talking about people who are non-insured or are living at poverty level and don't have the money. And so I asked that question to the CEO of Lamprey Health, and he said, we are that alternative, but this line is going to put that in jeopardy. Now, connecting that, we're talking about underserved areas being affected by removing the family planning line. And it did not occur to me, Representative Edwards, until I saw it right here on your sheet, line 34, the the state loan repayment program. We really didn't talk about it all that much this year. And as he said, this is a program to attract medical personnel to underserved areas, exactly like the North Country, where licensed nurse practitioners or physician's assistants could move, attract them up there to bring care. So my question for you is, would you say that with both of these line items, that the medically underserved areas such as Coas County are going to have a double whammy here of no clinic support through the family planning line, but also freezing the SLRP program that can't attract more healthcare workers to the North Country, and if that impact would be significant?
Well, thank you for the question. You brought up two things and you rolled them together to conflate them a little bit. But let me break them out first, and then I'll get to your aggregate question. On the abortion issue, I can tell you that if we replayed the Division 3 video, we were very clear what services were being provided within family planning, and there was no belief by anyone in Division 3, from my perspective, that money paid for abortion. We're smarter than that, and I don't like the implication that we're idiots, because that's kind of what that suggests. We know what those family services are. We talked about them. We itemized them. So that was not part of the Division 3 decision. The second is on the scholarship issue. That program is purported, and it may be substantiated, that offering $50,000 to RNs to work in a remote rural area does increase the possibility that more nurses will do that. It is, in fact, an effort to address workforce shortages. In the testimony, we talked about other ways that we could potentially address the workforce issue. We could, as some of the things I suggested in there was, well, can we take a look at helping with relocation money to help them move into the area? Could we help with a spousal priority so that when they get there, their spouses have some income and are also welcomed into the community? And there was a third one, I don't remember. So the scholarship is a way to try to address that workforce issue, but it's an expensive way at $50,000 a head. So I'm not this doesn't kill that program, it just suspends it. So if nothing else, we'll have better data next budget when you do this. And as far as Coas County and the family planning, if we had more time, I would have wanted to entertain if we had a reduction in the family planning line that would allow funding for Coas, because I think Coas presents a unique challenge, and that's something I hope the Senate picks up. But we basically needed to finish on time, not to perfection.
One quick follow-up, please. I would like to apologize to the Division 3 members. We did have that discussion. We did not talk about this being an attack on abortion. However, in my time here in the legislature for the last 7 years, this line item has been a target by this legislature over and over again, as well as the Executive Council, which is where my comment came from. So I do apologize to the division for that. Thank you.
All right. I just want to say I tried very hard to make that distinction clear, because I want us to have a debate on real facts, real issues, making sure everyone has their opportunity to speak. And I guess I didn't like the implication that I allowed an obvious falsehood to creep into our deliberations.
Representative Murray for a question.
Thank you very much. Just, I guess, three things, two very quick, you'll be pleased. I just want to go back to make a comment on the 25 million that we're pushing to the next budget. There's always been sort of this bromide, this assumption that we should not encumber future budgets, which is kind of what we're doing. And if you can say, well, we do have the money, we just don't want to spend it right now, then I have an even more difficult time with that. But that's just a comment that it's been our policy not to encumber future budgets. The second thing you're going to like, because it's a really simple question. On line 51, That F refers to
Of which page?
the long one, sorry.
Okay, that's all right. We got lots of pages.
Yeah, I just have to do this for my own clarification. That F refers to fiscal? But it says, see fiscal committee approval, and then it's below, so is this,
51 I'm
It
seeing
should-
is developmental services.
yeah,
And you're seeing an F, that's federal money.
okay, so that's because it refers to fiscal up above, and I was just getting confused about that, but it's all federal. It's referring to.
That's federal.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. And finally, with regards to the premiums for the granted advantage and your anticipation of 12 million, can you speak a little bit to the human side of this? How many people are we talking about? How do you assess what premium they're going to have to pay? And what does that look like for these people?
I think the proposal came from the governor's office, and given the amount of work that we had to do, I didn't spend a whole lot of time calculating the social costs. I assume the governor's budget, given that they had 7-8 months to work on it, they were figuring the implication. Is that right? This came through on the governor's budget, their proposal?
Yep.
Yes.
More?
Yes, but can you speak to the monetary, how they came up with who's going to pay what?
The department came up with that. The governor approved it. We've not changed it. So do you have any more detail than that? No. So I'd like to address the encumbered thing. I think we have many examples where we've encumbered future legislatures. As a policy, as a rule of thumb, we shouldn't. I agree. But it's not an immutable principle. And in this environment, finding $25 million to invest in humans rather than worrying about a budget question, I'd rather spend money on humans.
Representative Rung for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have a question on page 37 of your HB2 amendments. It's Amendment 1277H. I'm not really sure why this is an amendment to HB2. It's a directive to the Department of Health and Human Services, and why it wasn't just something that could be recommended to the governor to be a directive to her executive department. Is particularly line 3. It's the sentence starts, the department shall not contract with or pay vendors who fail to serve every person with equal dignity and respect. So my question is, the department could accept goods or services from somebody, but if they feel, and who would make that judgment, if they feel like they've been disrespected, they don't have to pay for those vendors for the products or services? Who makes the call about who's being disrespected or what constitutes disrespect? In my opinion, I just feel it's subjective, it's arbitrary,
Yeah.
and I think I think if I was a vendor, I would have a real issue with someone at DHHS thinking that I might have treated them with respect and that entitles them not to pay me for the
Yeah.
products or services I provided them.
Yeah, so I won't go point by point because we had a big DEI debate not too long ago. I think the issues there were discussed. I voted with the Democrats because I thought that bill needed some work in policy committees. This has a distinction in that this language has been vetted by the legislature before. I don't think you're not opposed to dignity and respect, that our the people that get our vended services should be treated with dignity and respect. I don't think you would dispute that every individual should be treated with dignity and respect. So this is perhaps an aspirational goal to the department to make sure that they don't have vendors that they know actively disrespect or treat people with a lack of dignity. So it's an aspirational goal. And keep in mind, line item 4 is very clear that they have to comply with RSA 354-B.
Yeah, and I read that.
Yeah.
And
So I think we may just end up have a difference of opinion on this. I think it's a fine amendment.
Just follow up. I'm just concerned that we're putting ourselves in legal jeopardy by not paying vendors when they've supplied us with goods or services on something that might be regarded as a subjective
Sure.
conclusion.
I share your concern, but I'm inspired by the fact that we hire professionals in the department and we provide them with some of the best legal counsel in our AG's office, and I don't think they're going to intentionally do something ridiculous over an aspirational guideline interpretation.
Representative Stringham for a question.
Thank you. I'm going to incorporate probably what comments I would have made, first of all, in how I would vote on HB1 and HB2, but and some of this is in response to other issues that have came up. So first of all, it's been an honor but very sobering to be part of the Division 3 budget process, and I'm very grateful for everybody who was in our committee and everybody who presented. First of all, it was extremely delightful to see what the net impacts were of some of the budget decisions we made 2 years ago for things like increasing Medicaid rates and other adjustments. Commissioner Weaver and CFO White did an outstanding job of presenting a consistent, coherent, well-linked summation of all the services that we provide. And we do it with efficiency and effectiveness. We have a fairly low rate of number of individuals as percentage that are part of the Medicaid program, and the 160,000 that are in there. But we do a great job with servicing them. And some of the success we saw, there was a lot of cracks in the service network when we met 2 years ago, and a lot of those had been filled. And because of that, we were seeing things like a reduced number of ED boardings. The wait list at New Hampshire Hospital was less. There's efficiency in the hiring of nursing staff instead of using contract workers, which for each full-time employee that replaces a contract worker at Grafton County, the average savings is $50,000 right there with no change in service. So even when this budget first arrived, I was concerned. First of all, one of the ways that we fill these open nursing positions is we have them and we fund them. Those were already taken out of the funding, so there was already significant budgetary cuts that I was concerned is particularly in the service side of the business would make it more difficult to replace contract workers with full-time staff. And that was even before we had to deal with the $800 million shortfall in our own budget. We also recognize, Representative Wallner mentioned that when we make these cuts, we're making at least $2 in cuts in Medicaid services. And just to give you, there's something called the FMAP. The FMAP says what percentage would the federal government pay. And for most of the services like the developmentally disabled, it's 50%. For the Granite State Advantage program, it's 90%. So the federal government pays 90% of the cost. And something like children's Medicaid expansion at 65%. So one of the reasons why the department has trouble figuring it out, how much if you cut, if it's across the board, how much is going to come out of the 50% bucket, how much out of the 65% bucket, and how much out of the 90% budget. So, but in the, the presentations that we continuously saw was the well-funded Medicare program and Medicaid rates and other changes had other unexpected benefits like reducing pressure on uncompensated care and also favorable impacts on the commercial insurance market. Basically, as granted advantages in place that put the lower uncompensated care made affordable commercially available insurance also more available. So, and the higher rates also had an impact of opening up things like choices for independence in a great way, which highly prioritized and increased availability of nursing home beds. And again, all that netted out to pushing care for those who absolutely needed it to the least costly, least interventional, best order of service. I would say, and it's what they often refer to as a center of care, and it was kind of, it was delightful to see that, but somewhat sobering, because even before we started discussing how to cut the budget, I was already concerned that that not even increasing the Medicaid rates would have a negative effect. 'Cause we've had 7% inflation since the last time, so that's basically 7% less buying power for the hundreds, if not thousands, of services that are included in the 23 different Medicaid waiver programs and other services that are described by in Medicaid rate format. So, and then on top of that, to have to put in a 3%, and already being concerned that we're going to go back to having shortages, or basically having services that people need. We do a great job as a state at identifying and limiting services to just what people really need and what they should be eligible for. But if they can't get it, some people have heard me talk about the 25-cent cheeseburger, which we give people a coupon and say, here's a coupon, go get a cheeseburger, go buy it wherever you want. And what we'll do is when you go to your preferred vendor and you give them the coupon, and they give you a cheeseburger, they give the coupon to us and we pay them 25 cents. Obviously, they're not going to have a lot of luck fulfilling those orders. And I think even at the end of the last biennium, we were still on the low side of a lot of things, but I was delighted we got as much response as we did. And these things affect things like hospitals. Hospitals themselves, they kicked off a lot of the prioritization, as our chairman said last time, earlier, by saying, you know what, if you have extra money, give it to the nursing homes, CFIs, other providers, because if you open that up, that'll get people out of our emergency department. So they took a 0% rate increase across the board, even though there was other money available. In addition, I will just mention that in line item 40, the 15-mile access hospitals, there's some concern that if a new facility opens up and it takes business away from a critical access hospital, that'll impact the Medicaid expansion tax that's collected, the MET. I didn't say it right, but it's MET. But anyway, all these things will affect birthing centers, things like durable medical equipment. If you're a woman on a urinary drainage catheter because you have MS, a cut from $1.68 to 3% lower, it may make it inaccessible. But mostly I'm looking at what's going to happen. Let's say in January, you're going in, you're providing home service to a developmentally disabled. You're already feeling not great about the price, and your paycheck comes and it's 3% lower. You're going to continue to do it, and is somebody else going to go in and fill it for you if you just said, I can't even afford to drive over there anymore. So
Can you sum it up?
Yep. So, I appreciate the efforts that have been made. I did notice we raised a lot of fees in the last in presentations yesterday. I'm not sure if anybody really asked for them to be raised. We did put forward a proposal or a request to influence the Medicaid rates that was put to us by an outside group, the American Heart Association, and American Cancer Society, which was to make a cost of living adjustment to the tobacco taxes and then use that money for Medicaid rates and at least get them into the positive expansion. And I would ask that be reconsidered if appropriate. And with that, I will defer.
Thank you. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to Representative Edwards. I have a very bad habit of starting to point at people when I get animated. I did, and it's something my wife.
So apologies accepted. I was in the Army. I've had an ass chewing before, and yours was nothing. So sorry.
Well, it's a bad habit that my wife has pointed out to me just a few times over the last 36 years, and I try to work on it. And
Yeah.
I didn't intend it as an attack. So
No problem.
My apologies. And Mr. Chair, I wanted to apologize to you as well. You've been very gracious in providing me with time, and I'm sorry if I abused the privilege. And again, it was not my intent. So I'm very sorry.
We all understand. These are difficult subjects, difficult decisions. I don't think any of us are happy with what we have to do, but we're kind of forced into it by the circumstances. I mean, I've been before where I had to make a 10% cut in a budget, and it was not an easy thing. And some of you were with me then, but now it's a 5%. It's difficult, especially with the revenue possibly even going lower than what we were told. So yes, there's lots of decisions we don't like, but we're faced with a situation that we must find a way to resolve. And I appreciate the efforts of all of us. And, your inputs are listened to. Even if you don't prevail every time, we take them into account. And as we go through things, well, I think they'd be less unhappy with this than if we did that. And these are difficult decisions, and I appreciate the fact that we all make them. Recognize Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our chairman has asked me to, and I'm very happy to make a motion to accept the amendments to House Bill 1 and House Bill 2 recommended by Division 3.
Second.
Second that.
Who seconded, Representative? And call the roll. Representative Daniels.
Excuse me.
Representative Slirsky.
Sorry, as the ranking member, I would appreciate if I could just have a final word real quickly.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. I wanted to thank Kevin for his work in assisting Division 3, as well as the department, Mr. White in particular, for being able to respond quickly to all of our requests. I can't, unfortunately, congratulate the division on this work, as we just heard. The changes that have been discussed today will have an impact and reverberate for many years to come. I believe that people will go without care. People will have delayed diagnoses. They will have trouble accessing substance use disorder treatment. They will have accessing mental health care. And there will be people in the DD community who are not receiving services. People will get sick. And I hate to say it, but I believe people will die. We will look back in a number of years at this budget in Division 3 and look back at 2025 and see exactly where it started. And we will be spending years to try to fix it and claw back where we actually were in 2024. So I simply cannot support these cuts and will be voting against it. Thank you.
So may the part of this I'd love to echo is thanking Mr. Ripple, Paige Lorenz, who came in as an auxiliary supplement person. I think she probably provided a great deal of help. Mr. Ripple, who was there, all hours, weekend and days. I also want to do a shout out to DHHS. This has been a horrible process, and from the commissioner on down, the leadership has tried to demonstrate, sort of a forthright assessment of what can be done, what shouldn't be done, what the impacts are, and so I want to do a shout out to Commissioner Weaver and her entire team. And although, 4/9 of Division 3 probably not happy with the committee work, I am happy with how the committee worked together. I think by and large, dealing with such a tremendous amount of scarcity, and scarcity is the number one thing that fractures civilization in my experience. Given that we were dealing with scarcity, I think we held up fairly well and remained collegial throughout the process. And we at least know where we agree to agree and where we disagree. So that's an effective process. I'm not happy with this budget. I am happy that my part of it's basically done, though. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Clerk will call the roll on the motion to approve the efforts of Division 3 for HB1 and HB2.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Papamichi Mueller.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nelvenko.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
Absent.
Absent.
She had to leave.
Representative Telersky.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Prince.
Priest, no.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 14-10, I guess.
That's correct. That's correct. I have two other items before we can finish today.
If it would please the chair, could I ask for a 10-minute caucus, if we could, please?
I think we can keep it to less than that, but I have two other items.
Oh, you're obviously at it's your prerogative. Whenever.
And I think if the Republicans want a caucus, I hope we can keep it to less than 5 minutes. If all the Republicans go instantly to room 12, don't make any stops on the way. One quick question, and then I think we can all come back in, and maybe the Democrats can wait for us or whatever. So, Representative Wallner.
Since we're taking a break, what are the two other items?
One of them is something that Representative McGuire wants to bring up that you'll find out when we come back in from our caucus. The other one is a statement I have to make to authorize the, it's a quick statement.
Yeah, no.
You know the one.
Yeah, I know.
Authorize the LBA. That's the only one.
No, Edwards.
Who's going to make it?
Edwards.
Okay. All right, I recognize Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having voted on the prevailing side, I'd like to move that we reconsider HB2 2025-1467 Hotel, otherwise known as the Prohibition on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Okay, the clerk will call a roll on reconsideration. Is there a second?
I second it.
Clerk will call a roll on the reconsideration motion.
Mr. Chair, just give me a minute to,
All right.
record the motion and the date.
What was the bill that was amended to? What was the amendment?
It's in House Bill 2. So we don't have a green sheet.
Was an amendment to what HB2?
It's right there, yeah, and it's
I got the amendment.
1467.
Yeah, I've got the amendment.
Okay.
I think we're ready.
All right, clerk will call a roll on the motion to reconsider the amendment.
Okay, Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Papapichi Mueller,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Daniels,
Yes.
Representative Seaworth,
Yes.
Representative DeRoy,
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Leachman,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Ebel is absent. Representative Taliski,
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips,
No.
Representative Stringham,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Rung,
No.
Representative Munns,
No.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 3, 6, 10. The vote is 14 to 10.
14 to 10, the motion to reconsider is adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to adopt Amendment 1467H to House Bill 2.
The motion before us is to adopt Amendment 1467H to House Bill 2. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was the second? Sweeney. Further discussion? Yes. See Rung first and then Harkin Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it pretty hypocritical that when I question Representative Edwards about the Amendment 1277H that was in the HB2 changes in Division 3, where it talks about treating people with equal dignity and respect. And he responded, "Isn't this something we should expect of everyone?" And yet, he moves to reconsider a vote that was taken today, which I find is just very disrespectful and undignified of a member of this committee. Thank you.
Get your question. Okay. What was your question?
Question is, who made the motion and second?
Sweeney. All right. Representative Harkin Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to make a note for the record that nothing has changed in this room from earlier today, except the exact number of people in the room. It's a sad day for New Hampshire when the majority wants to play procedural games to pass policy through the back of the budget through this maneuver after one member has left the meeting. A vote today for this amendment will go down in history. Be ready for the consequences because they are coming. It will be expensive and you will be forever tied to this policy. Best of luck to you.
Mr. Chair, that wasn't a threat, was it? I mean, in this era of doxing and burning Teslas, that wasn't a threat, was it? I'd like the member to clarify that she's not intending to threaten anyone.
I never made a threatening statement. I just wished you the best of luck. So I stand by that.
Representative Chelerski.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to go back to the original debate, which we already had on this when we talked about other group characteristics. And I fear that in addition to persons with disabilities, this could also apply to veterans. There are different programs that prioritize veterans and veteran spouses in certain programs, in job selection. We talked about recently North Country hiring things for spouses of other people. And so I would have concerns that veterans could be hit very hard with this, and they would not be able to benefit from certain programs that assist them as they serve our country and move into the state of New Hampshire. So I wanted to make sure that I made that point. Thank you.
As a 30-year veteran and a member of 7 different veterans groups, this will help them. That's what I believe. Thank you. Clerk will call the roll on the motion to pass the amendment. 1467.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Mulder.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Daniels.
Yes.
Representative Seaworth.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Nalvanko.
Yes.
Representative Walner.
No.
Representative Leachman.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Abel is absent. Representative Turisky.
No.
Representative Harkin Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Munns.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Chair Weiler.
Yes.
The vote is 14-10.
Amendment is adopted. Okay, Mr. Ripple and members of the committee. As the chairman, I hereby authorize the LBA to make any technical and mechanical changes necessary to reflect the intent of the committee. Any objection to that authorization? We will recess until April 3rd at 1 p.m. when we will come back to vote for HB1 and HB2. The LBA needs some time to get it in the final form, and we certainly appreciate all the efforts the LBA gives. Is there anything further before we adjourn? We are adjourned until tomorrow, until Thursday at 1 o'clock. All right, we don't know yet the position numbers that were saved, correct, right?
Was this the one like? I'll take.
If you can look it up.